Are you live?
All right, we are here with an unprecedented 6-hour paint-a-thon. Are you excited like I am? Because I've never done this before. This is going to be so fun. Now, I have to say, I have painted for this long because when you do a competition, you just like go, you paint. But usually you take a little bit of breaks in between and stuff like that. So we do have a few intermission, like 5-minute kind of things that we're going to do. But we are really fun, excited about this because we're going to be giving things away. And if you're one of the people here right now, we want to let you know we're going to give something away right away. We're going to give away a set of paintbrushes. And if you are a member of Acrylic University already, we're going to throw in on top of that a video critique by me of your paintings. So that's pretty cool. If you're not a member, what we're going to do is we're going to give you a set of brushes and we're going to give you a month membership. So we're going to be giving stuff away every half hour. I've got my phone alarm and it's going to go off every half an hour, which is going to be super fun because every time we hear that beep, we're going to stop real briefly. We're going to select a winner. And we're gonna announce the winner. I'm keeping track of all the winners, so that at the end it's gonna be a lot of winners, okay? And we're gonna give away all those prizes, and we just want to make sure that we keep everything square and keep it in order. But it's gonna be super fun. And you can see, I'm gonna switch camera right here. You can see here's my set of canvases. I've already got them laid out because I had to get them prepared so I can just peel off canvas after canvas and keep going. So I've got 5 canvases right here. So my goal is to complete 5 paintings in 6 hours and have a little bit of time to have some fun outside of the painting too. Of course, if you're new to what I do, I use these are all nice heavy body acrylics. These are Utrecht paints. I use Princeton brushes. If you can see my Catalyst by Princeton. These are my favorite brushes. I'll be using these. Here's my paint box. I've got titanium white, cadmium yellow light, cadmium orange. This is quinacridone red. This is ultramarine blue. This is Mars black. And this is Vancouver gray, which is a color that I get from Vancouver, BC, a company called Chroma Acrylics. And basically we're just gonna rock and roll for 6 hours right here, and we're gonna just keep going with this. It's gonna be super fun, and I'm gonna show you also real quickly the paintings that I'm gonna be doing and working on, the photographs. So here's number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5, and we're gonna have a lot of fun with this. So right here at the beginning, like I said, we're going to be picking a winner because we want you to have as many chances to win something fun and to have fun with us. So right before, I'm gonna just tell you what we're gonna do, how you'll be entered in to win something, and then we'll just, when the half hour comes, if you've entered, you'll be entered for the whole time. You have to be here to be eligible to win, and we'd love to get your name. So when you enter, you'll have a prompt to then send us your name, but don't combine it. If you want to be entered, you just have to send us the word marathon to my phone number. So text it to 425-800-8010 and just text the word marathon. Simply that one word, and then text back with your name, and you're going to be entered. And if you're here when we call your name, then we'll send you a text. You respond with your text and you've got the prize. But you have to be here and you have to text us back, or else you won't get it. But all that to say, that's how you enter. And I'd love to hear who's here with us, so we can get a little bit of feel going and have that conversation started. And then I'll get going with this right after I choose the very first winner. So anybody here with us? Who's here, Peter?
Yeah, we got You got Joan.
I see Mary Allen back is here.
Joan is here. Roxanne. Pat. Gaudier.
All right, yeah.
Hello from BC, Canada.
Awesome.
Artie Lyer and Dorsey.
Okay. All right, this is awesome.
Barbara Haney. Diana Greenman. Linda Smith. Mary D. E. Hall.
Okay, nice. Oh, so awesome. So awesome to have you. We're so glad that you're here.
Doug Greenman.
Doug, man, this is great. So this is the time that send me. I can feel, you know, I've got my phone going, and I can tell that there are people texting in right now, you know. So keep that coming, and in a couple minutes we'll announce the first winner. And that's going to be super awesome. And again, that's going to be for a set of brushes and for either a video critique by me, or if you're not a member, you'll get a month membership to Acrylic University. So both those super cool. Okay, sorry about that. I have to do something real quick here. I'm going to check on something where I need to maybe... Oh boy. I think that I screwed up. Okay, I screwed up, okay? Sorry about that, guys. But somehow I saved the keyword marathon. So if you just texted in with your keyword, let me go make sure that that is now a saved keyword, because why am I not seeing that word? Okay, we're gonna do something else here.
Pulling audible.
We're pulling an audible. We're pulling an audible. I'm gonna have to, I think I have to make a new keyword. Okay, this is what it is. Can you change your thing that's scrolling?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna use a different word. We're going to use, we are going to use the word hello, okay? We're gonna use the word hello. So what you have to do right now, and I apologize for this, we're changing it. You have to use the word hello, text it to us right now, 425-800-8010. We'll give a few more minutes now that I've made this correction, but just text us the word hello, and that will be the number that we use. That will be how we go through and we pick the winners for today. So my apologies, but the word hello is your magic word. Send just the word to me, and then you'll be prompted to send your, oh my goodness. If it doesn't prompt you, make sure that you send your phone number or your name. I really am bummed about that word not working. But anyways, we're good to go now.
Yeah, we're okay.
I'm gonna do a small thing here right before we get going. Okay, so it will if it didn't prompt you, but go ahead and send us your name, because that was a keyword that we used in the past for something else. So send in your name now if you've already sent in just the word hello, and that'll give us your name, and then we'll be able to call out your name. Okay, I'm gonna fall behind in my painting here unless I get started with this. So I'm going to give you about 2 more minutes to send in your texts and stuff like that. And then we're going to choose our first winner. But I'm going to get started right now because I want to stay ahead of the game. Now, I'm going to look back. If you forget what we're painting, this is what I'm going to be painting. And I guess it's probably pulled up on the screen for you. But it's a scene from Arizona. Last year, I went down there for a really amazing workshop with a guy named John Poon, and it was super fun. He's a great artist and an amazing teacher, and Peter came down at the end of the workshop, and we ended up going. Like, it was probably, he came down Wednesday, and we were hanging out Wednesday night, and we decided to wake up really early in the morning on Thursday. And it was dark. It's like 4 o'clock in the morning or something like that, because we wanted to beat the sunrise. We wanted to get up to the top of this big hill. And I think it's like called Camelback Mountain or something like that. And
Yeah, it was.
And we hiked in the dark, and it was kind of awesome because there's like you can hear people ahead of you and behind you, and you can see their little headlamps as they're hiking, but you can't really see anything else. But as you're going, the sun is starting to come up little by little. The day is starting to get a little bit brighter. But we got to the very, very top before the sun actually came out. And so we were up on the very top to watch the sunrise. And it was a really, really beautiful morning and super, super fun to be there for that. And then I went to the workshop that day and I was kind of tired because we'd woke up so early that day. And then the next day we took off and we went to the Grand Canyon. Actually, that night we went to the Grand Canyon. We drove up that night. Man, it was a fun trip, and we did a lot of cool stuff. So this was on the way back down, stopped and took a few photographs. Now, I think it's time. I think we've given enough time. Peter, can you pull up a number? We are going to, I'm going to just do a little quick pause here, and Peter's going to pull up a number, and we're going to call our first winner for the day. And then, you know what, guys? In 15 minutes or so, my alarm's going to go off, and we're going to give away another prize, which is going to be super cool. So, again, first prize is a set of these Catalyst brushes, which are my favorites, and either a video critique if you're a member already of Acrylic University, or you will get a monthly membership. You'll get a 1-month membership. So super awesome either way. Now here we go. I'm going to keep going. Peter, do you have a number?
So our first winner is Lily Ann.
Woo! Lily Ann, you are the winner. Now what you need to do is, did she text back? Just stick with us. Just to confirm that, you just need to text back and Peter will have you on there. So I'm going to add your name. Awesome. And we'll, if you can make note of phone number and whatever there, Peter, make sure her name gets added. I've got the name here, but awesome. Congratulations. So here we go. We're going to be doing that again very shortly, but I'm going to keep moving here with this. It's fun. One of the things that I love about painting is when you get to paint places that you've been and memories that you have that are really already fun, and then you get to kind of relive it in your painting. So is anybody painting with us today? I'd love to hear. I don't know if anybody else is feeling I have to confess that I woke up last night about 1:30, and I tried to go back to sleep, and I couldn't fall asleep for a while, and I was just like thinking, and you know what? I started I started kind of like getting these ideas in my head. And Peter, I knew Peter was up because I could hear he was working on something. And so I ended up going over to his room and I was like, hey, Peter, let's, and I started talking to him about what I was daydreaming about, my idea. And we were up talking till like 4 o'clock in the morning or something like that. So I felt kind of bad for Peter because it turned out that he was about ready to go to sleep when I came over, and I kept him up for another like hour and a half or something like that. And then
it was worth it.
yeah, it was fun, man. We had a good talk. It was really good. But this morning I was like, man, I don't know if that was smart for either of us because we've got this paint-a-thon tomorrow that we've got to pull. So what I did a little bit ago is I did take a little bit of what do you call that stuff? I made a little mocha thing for myself, but I'll show you another little trick I've got right here. See this? These are those espresso coffee beans covered with chocolate, and we used to have those at our studio when our studio was open. So I would always have those on hand. We would give them away with our classes to people who came, but we would also, I'd have those like if I ever felt like I needed a little boost. So I brought those out today. So if you see me dipping into those, hey, I've got a good reason. I was up till 4:30 or something last night.
So Patricia Young says, I'll be painting number 2 and number 3 with you.
Okay, cool.
And then Pat says, I'm painting on a 12 by 16. Dorina says, I'm decorating a grad cake.
Oh, nice. Grad cake
And then
decoration.
Vera says, I've been painting for hours. Walls, not pictures though.
Oh, yeah, awesome. Hey,
Roxanne, oh, sorry.
let me just say something real quick just in case you're interested. I'm putting out my phthalo blue. I actually have this little container here, so I decided I'd put that out. But carry on. I just wanted to say what I was doing.
And then Roxanne says, I painted flowers today, going to sit back and watch.
Nice.
Yeah.
So fun. So fun.
Good to have you all.
Yeah, we're super glad you're here. And don't, man, that's actually kind of cool. Like, so Patricia, did you look and see the photos that you were most interested in, or were you just like, I want to paint at this time? I'm curious to know if it was the actual reference that was what interested you, or if it was more about the time of the paintings that you wanted to do. And man, I'm telling you, dude, this is gonna be fun. I'm gonna probably like freak out when my alarm goes off. I'll probably jump or something like that, you know, like it's gonna be a little probably. Actually, I'll probably be expecting it now that I was worried about not expecting it. I'll probably be expecting it.
So
So
Patricia says, check out the reference photos and I like those the most.
okay, cool. Yeah. I can't remember what it is exactly that's coming, but I'm glad that there's something in there that you find fun and interesting to paint. I know that a lot of times, like, I was actually choosing those this morning. I had a couple ideas, but I made the final decisions just this morning. And I tried to get a little bit of variety in there. So if you're just joining us, I just want to make note that make sure you pay attention to what that's saying about texting in, and you'll be entered automatically to win a prize, but you have to stick with us to actually claim the prize. We will be drawing numbers at random as the day goes, but only people who are with us at that moment are going to be the ones who win that prize. So if you got to run off, that's okay, but I would just give you this little piece of advice. Every half an hour, make sure you come back, because that's the time frames that we're going to be giving those away. So I probably shouldn't have told you that. that was a little bit too much information. Now you'll just doze off and every half hour set yourself a little alarm. That was what I was worried about with Peter actually was. I was like, man, he's going to be so tired that he's going to fall asleep on me. I need him to keep me awake. I'm sure that as the day goes on, I'm going to talk less too. I'll probably be all out of words in about 2 hours. Then who's going to talk? Guess we'll all have to talk to ourselves at that point.
Roxanne says, Jen, I seem to never get as much paint on my brushes.
Well, what are you going to do about it? I guess you just have to grab more paint. I don't know. I don't know if I've had people say that over time, like quite a bit. I don't know if there's something really different that I'm doing. I don't really feel like there is. I just, in fact, a lot of times I think that my paint is kind of thin, but if you're thinking that, then that means that your paint you must not be grabbing much at all. Or, you know, like we said before, maybe your paint is a thinner consistency to start with, and you know, it's just not as geared to be as thick. I don't know, but I don't feel like I do anything really abnormal when I'm grabbing paint. By the way, this brush is also a Princeton brush, and I never have really used these, but I saw them in my they gave them to me to check out, and I'd never really used them, so I decided that I would give them a go last week. And they're also nice brushes. I'm not going to say that I like them more than the Catalyst, but I actually haven't used them as much. So I think that the only things that I can think of, Roxanne, are that maybe your paint is thinner and you could benefit from having a thicker paint, or just simply to keep trying to grab more of it, or keep more of it on your brush after you mix, so that you're not getting rid of extra paint when you want to keep it on there. And I hope that that's kind of helpful. I don't know if it really is, but I don't really know what else to say about it.
Doug says, Peter, does Jen ever run out of words? Not really.
Oh man, yeah, I know you guys were probably having a good time the other night when you got to listen to Diana, because it was like somebody really peaceful and soothing and stuff like that. Renee was like, she's a good what did she say? The word she used, like, I don't remember what it was, but it was something like a slight jab at me, you know, like she does every once in a while. You have to be pretty tough-skinned like me to just keep rolling with it. I don't take offense at that stuff. I know that it's really meant in love.
Yeah, because...
Right, Doug? Right?
Yeah. Well, to Doug's question, like, it's funny because me and my brother, like, when we're doing phone calls about work, we can get through it in, you know, a few minutes, whatever. But every time I'm on the phone with Jed,
oh yeah,
really
bro.
Long.
Yeah. Hey, man, I know Peter does every once in a while. I can tell, like, Peter's like, he's like, are we done? Like, are we done talking about this? Hey, I've got the gift of gab, man. That's all there is to it.
It's true.
Now I'm just gonna get all quiet here, just to prove a point, just to say, look, I don't have to talk the whole time.
Doug says absolutely, lots of love.
Doug, oh man, thanks, man, appreciate it. Well, you know, I think it's pretty awesome. Like we've said this over and over again, but I just think about it because, you know, when we started Acrylic University, you know, we didn't really think about, I mean, for me at least, I'd never done anything like this. I'd never thought about what it was going to be like, and I never really considered the relationships that you would gain. But I think it's so cool how you become friends through this shared experience, and I just kind of marvel at it because, like, I've never met most of you. You know, like I know you from Acrylic University or from live Q&As or, you know, stuff like that, or this kind of thing, and yet, you know, you feel like friends. You feel like people that I've known for a long time, and I think that's pretty dang cool. And hopefully someday we will be able to meet. Keep saying that.
Yeah, I gotta see Doug's little piece of heaven over there.
Oh yeah, I know.
Have long conversations.
Yeah. Now this painting is a lot of abstract. To me, it's like a fair amount of just abstract shapes, and trying to convey, you know, these rocks, and little brushy flowers and things like that. There's one little cactus in this painting, but I'm just gonna leave him out because it looks more like a little ball than a cactus. So it's there, but there were some other bigger cacti around. See, look at that, man. I impressed myself with that, using that plural of cactus.
Laura says I have to hold my lips in the classroom to try to be quiet.
yeah.
And we get along just fine.
That's funny, Laura. I know. I need to, like, I think one of the things that I think the downfall of talking too much is you don't listen, you know, and you don't allow other people to have space. So I'm just gonna leave some space here for you guys. Now's your chance to speak up, to talk. I want to hear your voices. I don't hear anything, so I guess I'll just keep talking.
I wonder why.
Oh, I gave everybody a chance there. The fun thing is actually that I can't do it right now, but I suppose I could if I had a different way of looking at the reference. I could actually watch the live chat. I was talking with Peter about that. Like, sometimes I can't see the conversation until afterwards, and then I realize either that there was, you know, a lot of conversation that I didn't see or anything like that, but we were kind of saying, well, I wouldn't really be able to interact very much. It would be very distracting if I was trying to look at that anyway, so I really love these rocks, and what I think I'm going to end up trying to do here is to kind of promote one of these rocks. Or, oh my goodness, there we go. Do you guys hear that? That means that it is time to select our next winner. So, Peter already has a winner.
They have to text back to us.
But he just texted you, so you need to text him back right now. So if you get a text from Peter right now, this is your chance, because we're going to give away the same thing that we just did. We're going to give away a set of those Catalyst brushes, which everybody that has a set of them will tell you they're awesome. And you will get either a month of a membership, or you will get a video critique if you are already a member. So I'm going to get right back into this, but if that's you, make sure you text back, and then Peter's gonna let me know who that is, and I'll just say your name and we'll congratulate you.
And then in the meantime, Michael Bruce asks, what percentage of your paintings are on black canvases, and do you ever use any other base other than black or white?
Yeah, and I believe that's Heather. Well, they share a YouTube account probably, but Heather, yes, I do paint on other surfaces, but I like painting on black. For me, I've realized that it's a little bit like, I don't know if I'd say it's a trademark, but it's something that I like to do, and I've done it so much that it's kind of become a little bit like it's easy for me to see the values and the colors, and I have a method of working my way back towards the light from kind of more darks and midtones and everything like that. So for these, I've decided that I primarily am going to work on a black canvas. Part of it is that I think that I can paint a little bit faster, and speed is a little bit important on a live painting, because I don't want to drag it out too much. But I don't paint on white that much. I just laughed because I said I do. That's my juvenile humor coming out. Peter's just shaking his head, man. Hey, Peter, come on, man.
Nancy Wardle says, please, what do we need to do to win? I wasn't here at the beginning. Thank you.
Okay, Nancy, thanks for asking that question. What you need to do is you need to text the word hello. It's scrolling across the bottom, right? Isn't it, Peter?
Yep, it is.
So the directions are at the bottom, Nancy, if you want to be reminded after I say it. The word to text is hello. Text that to my phone number, which is going to change. I said this last week, and it's going to be changed by next week, I do believe, to a little bit better number that we can text, and it will go out quicker. But otherwise, right now it's 425-800-8010, and just text the word hello to that number, and you're going to be automatically entered for the whole day. Like, it's not the kind of thing that maybe later I might come up with something different. I don't want to say that I won't, but for the most part, you're going to be automatically entered for the rest of the day. The only thing is that you have to stick with us, and you have to be live with us for to claim the prize. And but that's all it is, and we've already given away 2 prizes. As long as the second person, have you heard back from them, Peter?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, who was it?
It was
Prize number 2.
Actually, I haven't heard back. I heard back from somebody else.
So sorry. False alarm. Prize number 2 is still out there to be claimed.
Yeah.
And if it's not claimed in the next little while, that will be re-put out there for claiming by somebody else. But good times that we're having here, and we're so glad that you're with us. So some of you might, if you did do Color 101, you'll recognize the general area of this, as we did an exercise in that course that was kind of from this same hike that Peter and I took, and you recognize maybe the only difference is that I don't have that. I had a couple cacti, like I said, in that scene. In this one, there's not really any of that. But there's some really beautiful, I love these wildflowers that are kind of they're just kind of around in this scene, adding little bits of color, and with the light coming down, you get a really cool feel going on. in general, when I choose something to paint, the main thing that makes me want to paint any scene, whatever it is, it's generally the lighting. You know, there's a lot of scenes that might be boring, but then you shine a brilliant light on them and it changes the whole thing. And that's the kind of stuff that to me makes painting really fun and makes scenes really interesting, is just the change in lighting and seeing light and shadow kind of working together. So I'm working my way around over and over to get the values, like I said earlier, just kind of working my way from darker values more and more towards lighter values. So, how was your week, my friends? Anything fun happen?
Jill says she has to take off for a second because she stepped into some poison ivy.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jill.
Yeah.
That's no fun at all. I'm glad. I don't think we have poison ivy here where I live now, but there was poison ivy back in Indiana where we came from, and I remember I never actually touched any, but I remember my friend pointing it out to me, and I was very thankful because I don't think I would have known. We had some in our yard, or kind of like on the edge where there was a fence. Yeah, I don't like poison ivy.
Michael says Oregon has poison ivy, not Washington.
Really? That's so interesting. I wonder why.
Yeah.
And Michael who? Michael
Scoopy?
Oh, okay. I know who that is.
Excuse me. Kyle asked, how does the paint not dry up that you have there in your palette?
This is a Stay Wet palette, Kylie. It's got a sponge underneath it, and it wicks up the paint or the water through this special paper. This is a special type of paper that is made specifically for this palette, and it will keep the moisture kind of pulling up through into your piles of paint, and that's how it doesn't dry out. A super helpful tool when you are working with acrylic paints. I can't state it enough.
Yeah.
And we've got a very light sky, almost white. So I'm gonna go ahead and put a layer of that in right now so that I start getting that black covered up. And then, like you said, or I said this earlier, but if you weren't here, I've got a stack of canvases right here. So I've got 5 canvases, so I'm just gonna peel off painting after painting, and we might take short little breaks in between. I'm gonna go as long as I can without taking a break, but at the same time, I don't know how long that'll actually be, but we're gonna keep our breaks pretty short. We might, if we need to, we're gonna put on like a video in between that you can be a little bit entertained, but we'll probably take like a 5-minute break, maybe get a drink of water or something like that, and then we'll be right back.
Somebody asked, what are you using for a palette? Looks like a pillbox that can be filled and sealed. Do you use anything in the bottom of the wells to keep the paint wet, and how do you clean it?
So this is a bead box that you can get at basically any art store, any art and craft store, or somewhere online, and it's a great tool. It stores like each one of these. I believe you could put a full 2-ounce tube of paint in there, and you could squeeze the whole thing out, and it would fill up that whole thing, which means that that's a fair amount of paint in there, which, you know, some people are pretty nervous about putting that much paint in because they don't want to waste paint, and they think that if they do that, it will dry out. And yes, over time, you know, if you left it forever, it would dry out. But if you paint regularly and you paint, you keep dipping into it, you're probably like me. This never really dries out on me. The edges get a little bit crusty, and I scrape them out every once in a while. But I just filled this up again this morning. But it hardly, like, I don't waste a lot of paint with it at all because I just keep using it. And it stays wet so long. So that was discovery number 2. My first discovery was the Stay Wet palette. My second discovery was that. And when I got those things together, I felt like it changed the way that I could paint. Because all of a sudden I could paint outside, all sorts of cool stuff that felt like they were impossibilities before. So I'm actually going to cut back the shape of this hill just a little bit because I want to put in a little bit more of that background, very light background back there. I think it could be kind of nice. And as this comes forward, it gets a little bit more color in those hills, like slightly. So I might need to work on that a little bit more, but my initial thought right now was let's break this this down a little bit more as it comes forward. Let's get that cut out a little bit more of an interesting shape. And then we've got these fields down there, and again, try to just keep this moving forward kind of towards us by making it slightly more saturated in color. But it's just a fine line between, you know, you don't want to oversaturate it, you don't want to put too much color in there because you want it to still stay in the background a lot. And you also kind of want to create, I want to create a still a pretty interesting pattern in that. So I need to put in a little bit more blue and make this a little bit, have some deeper areas here. But I like this, the feel of the, some of those transitions a little bit better, like the shape of the hill a little bit better. Okay, now I'll keep moving into the foreground, and I'm gonna have to just cruise along because I'm looking at my watch. I just glanced down at my watch and realized, yeah, I don't have time to diddle around here Gotta move. Which is actually really what you have to do when you're painting outside. So putting self-imposed time limits on your own painting can be, if you want to learn how to paint outside, I recommend starting inside, but setting some, whether they're totally arbitrary or not, doesn't matter. Just set some time limits for yourself and say, you know what? I've got 45 minutes to finish this little painting. And that might seem like totally impossible to you, but I tell you, I do it in workshops, and people first time around are way intimidated. But by the second, third, fourth time of doing it, people are way more comfortable. They feel pretty good about it. And a lot of times, I've said this before, what people do in those 30 minutes or 40 minutes, however long I give them, they're very satisfied with it, because by the end of that time, they're actually painting more from their kind of like their gut, like they're letting some of their instincts that they didn't even know they had take over. And it doesn't mean like you have to learn, you have to grow, you have to, you know, sometimes you every once in a while you get lucky with stuff, but most of the time you have to learn. You know, I mean, you have to learn. You have to know why you're doing what you're doing. But I just have seen it enough that I also know that sometimes forcing yourself to paint fast can force yourself to observe. You stop thinking with your brain, which will sometimes mislead you and tell you the wrong things about what you're painting. And you'll start just like saying, okay, I just need to look at what I'm painting, and I need to put that color, I need to mix that color, I need to put that color down. And you do things like just from a slightly different frame of mind, and you're working rather quickly, and sometimes it's like a breath of fresh air to you, and it can be really fun. So
Becca asks what size of brushes are you using?
Right now I'm using a number 4 and a number 6. This is a number 4 in my hand.
And they're both flats.
They're both flats. Yeah, almost all of my brushes are flats. I don't do a ton with other kinds of brushes. I do think that there are good uses for other brushes. Like I was thinking about, we did the cloud module recently, and afterwards one of our members was saying how he uses a filbert for clouds. And I'd actually, I don't know if I'd seen somebody else do that, but real recently, I'd seen something that made me, when he said it, was like, oh yeah, that's the second time real close I've heard that. And I think that that's a really great idea. I think that, you know, I probably should have said something about that in the cloud module, and I didn't really. So I learn all the time too. But in general, I am very satisfied with flats, and I don't feel like I need anything else. And here at the end, we start bringing in the highlights, and you can really see them start to stand out. And I want to reserve like my best highlights and my best brightest colors for the areas of interest that I want, and make them really be the stars of the show. And some of it will be on these rocks that are catching direct sunlight, and that highlight is about as bright as I can make it.
My high school art teacher, Fanny Menon, says it takes 2 to paint. One paints, the other knocks him in the head when it's time to stop.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite quotes for sure. Yeah, if you didn't hear what Peter said, it's the quote. I actually think I read it in a book by Richard Schmidt, and he said the exact same thing. He said, yeah, it takes 2 people to paint, one to paint and the other person to hold a little hammer and rap them on the head when it's time to stop. Because the tendency is that we get caught up into details, and we often lose the spontaneity that we had at the beginning. And if you're not careful, you kind of go past where the painting was its best. So having somebody else there who has a pretty good sense for that kind of stuff, it can be very, very helpful. And I think that this light, as it comes in like here, is just so beautiful. Just kind of coming over the top of that little crest of the hill and falling down on different parts of the grasses and all this. And I'm gonna put in a little bit of this, see if I can get just a little bit of phthalo, cooler greens down in here, greenish blues.
Jan says bright yellows make it pop. Beautiful.
Oh, thanks, Jan. Yeah, it's kind of cool because I can see a little bit easier right now. I set this up a little bit different, so I can actually see what it looks like. It's funny because the angle that I look at the painting in general is a little bit different than what you guys see it at. You guys have a little bit better view than I do. But because I can kind of see it now a little bit better, because I have a monitor, it's kind of helpful. Sometimes I like it and sometimes I don't like it, but it's kind of helpful to look at. I can go, oh, maybe I could fill in that spot.
Yeah, we got a bunch of new live stream equipment, so Jed totally changed the studio up recently.
Yeah, it's actually really fun now to do this. Got it just in time. We were, oh man, isn't that crazy, Peter? Like, we were wanting to get this one piece of equipment, but because of the COVID thing, it was sold out, and it was super, like, it was just on back order. You couldn't get it at all. And one day I randomly went online and I just decided, well, I'll just look again. I know that I won't be able to find it. And I went on and they had 2 in stock the hour that I happened to go on and look. And it was like, I ordered it right away. But that felt so, I'd say lucky, but I don't really believe in luck. But felt like that. It was just like, what are the chances that I would go on right at that moment and then there would be something available like that when it's been sold out everywhere. Like, you go online, and then what you have though is you have people on eBay, they double the price of it, and it's very easy to sell. Like somebody smart went out and bought all of them for like $250 or $500, and then doubled the price and started selling them for $1,000. And people are buying them because there's nowhere else to get them.
He taped it down more than usual because he has like 3 or 4 canvases underneath the one. So he's just gonna peel up the top one, and then he'll be able to go right away on the next one.
Yeah.
So just stack them on top of each other.
Yeah. It's not my usual setup, but for today, it's what we needed to do.
H. Davis asks, do you prefer painting on a horizontal surface versus an easel or wall?
Well, I normally prefer painting on a vertical surface or something that's at an angle because I can see it a little bit better. When I paint like this, I'm looking at it not straight on. You guys are looking at it straight down. My angle is from over here, so I'm looking at it about that angle. And so it's a little harder for me to see, but it's better for you guys. And it looks better than if I was, you were like trying to see around my head. Yeah. So, and it's not terrible for me. I am a little bit concerned, like at the end of tonight, I'm wondering if I will have like a sore neck because I've been looking down or something like for 6 hours straight. I don't really know what that will be like, but it's not bad. But I do prefer if I am painting, like if I have an easel outside, it's upright. It's not like this. Okay, so I'm getting pretty close to getting this one complete, and I'm just gonna do a little looky here to see, because sometimes what I end up noticing is that there's little things that if I just tie some stuff together, it's going to make the whole painting read a lot more, what would you say, a lot better and a lot more kind of, I can't think of the word, but it's like continuous, unified. That's maybe the word that I'm looking for. It'll unify the whole painting. And so that's kind of what I'm doing right now, is just seeing, is there stuff that would unify the painting, make it feel like a whole rather than scattered different things.
Hey Mary, when the stream is over, I can put the completed paintings in the description for you. So you can see his final painting right next to the reference photo.
Oh, sure, yeah. I was thinking about that. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
To show all of them
Yeah.
at the same time or something.
We can do that for you, absolutely.
Yeah.
Our pleasure.
What was I thinking about? Had this random thought go in my head and then forgot it.
Yeah, these colors look really good together, Jed.
Do they?
Looks great, yeah.
Oh, cool. Happy to hear it. Sometimes,
A few other people saying the same thing.
just painting and... Okay, look at that. There's my alarm. So we are already on prize number 3. So Peter is going to take a minute here to select what she's, or who the winner is, and then we'll announce that in just a second. And then we're gonna do 2 in a row, because we're gonna give away. This one is this one actually is for this painting. So I misspoke when I said we're gonna give 2 away in a row. This one is gonna be for this painting. So we'll if you haven't seen, I'm gonna give away 5 paintings today. Make sure that you text in the word hello, just the word hello, to my number there. That's my texting number, and 425-800-8010, and that will enter you to win not just this painting, but anything for all of today. That's where we're going to be drawing our numbers, our names from. So it'll also prompt you after you send that in to come back and send in your name, so that we have that, and we don't have to call out your number. We can call out your name, which will be a little bit better.
So, all right. So we have the winner. This is for this painting.
Okay, this is for this painting.
Do you want to switch the camera?
Boom. Here it is.
Uku Leslie is the winner.
Uku Leslie, you are the winner. Now, has she texted you back?
Yeah, she has.
Okay, so we already have it confirmed. Uku, congratulations. This painting is yours. I'm going to do like 5 more things on it, and then I'm going to be done with it. So, and I'll peel this off, and we'll start with I'm going to have to do a little cleanup on my palette, but we'll get started with the second painting. So look at that. We're already an hour in, and we've given away 2 prizes plus 1 painting, and we're just getting started.
Very outbox since I hiked Camelback 5 years ago and saw a rattlesnake.
Oh, wow. I'm glad that we didn't see a rattlesnake. That would have freaked me out.
Yeah.
Honestly, that would have really freaked me out. I feel like I watched the start of Raiders of the Lost Ark the other day, and ended up not watching the whole thing, but he's so afraid of snakes. I didn't realize they're setting it up for later, but at the beginning he's like, "Didn't I tell you I hate snakes?" I'm like, I don't mind the little snakes that we have around here, but I'm not a huge fan of poisonous snakes, I have to say. Poisonous snakes are where I draw the line. I don't like them. Oh man. Okay, and now I'm gonna come up here into the sky, and I'm gonna put in my lightest, purest whites up here. This is where the brightest sky is, right up here, shining through. And this is, I'm putting this on, relatively thick. It's a second coat. Like I said earlier, I wanted to get down that first coat early so that I would have the chance to come back and do a nice thick second coat and get it to be pretty opaque with the white. Otherwise, you're going to be fighting because I'm painting on a black canvas. That second color, the white is gonna have a hard time covering over black, and so you need a second coat, is what I mean. You need a second coat to get that to be as light as you want it to be. Now, once I get this sky kind of done in, I'm gonna take off this canvas, and we'll look and see the size of the next one. The next one is going to be a square, so we'll be looking at a little different format, but it's also a black canvas. So
Artie Liar asks where the light is coming from.
the light on this is coming from up here. It's coming from, like, I can't tell you exactly the angle, but basically it's coming from here, because actually it's coming from almost directly behind this is what I think I remember, because that's looking east, and the light is kind of coming, you can see it hitting the top of this and then coming and hitting here, but it's probably just a little bit on that side. Just as I'm looking at the reference photo, there's not a lot of light hitting here, but there's more as it comes this way. So.
And then Johan says, finally done with my workday. Beautiful first painting. My husband lived near Camelback Mountain for years. He loves to paint.
Oh, cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool place. Like, when we were, hiking up it, I mean, it was pretty awesome. And it's so cool to think, like, it's basically right there in the city. This is Scottsdale, Arizona, if you don't know. I don't remember if I said where it was, but super awesome. And
the people in Scottsdale were really nice.
yeah, everybody on that, like, we said that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then we realized that a lot of the people, because I was saying, man, people here are really nice, and they reminded me of people from the Midwest, because that's what I felt like. And then we realized a lot of the people there were from the Midwest, because a lot of people what do you say, like, move there, relocate to Arizona, I guess. So kind of cool.
Becca Farmer says, I live nearby and you made it look very genuine.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Glad about that. Want it to ring true, not be my own total make believe rendition of this place. So I think I'm done. And now it's time to move on. Like I said, I gotta keep moving. We got more paintings to do, more prizes to give away. But yeah, I feel pretty good about that. Okay, here we go. Rolling down to painting number 2. Okay, look at that. It peeled off a little bit of the black there. But here's painting number 1. Happy about that. It'll be kind of fun. I'll maybe go back and show these over the course of time. I got to do a little washout on these brushes. If you're just joining us, the information is in the little rotating words down at the bottom of the screen that scroll across, and you can be entered to win any of the 5 paintings that I'm going to do just by texting the word hello to my phone number, 425-800-8010, or there are also other prizes that you can win. One, we've given away a couple sets of brushes already, and I don't know for sure if the person was a member or not. The 2 people, I can't remember who.
Everybody who's won so far has texted back. So
okay, awesome.
Yeah.
So we've given away everything so far. We've gotten everybody to text back and stick with us. So super cool. And we're gonna be starting painting number 2 right now. And I will show you. This is what we just painted, and here comes painting number 2. Now this is, if you know me, I love back alleys for whatever reason. I just am kind of drawn to them, and I love just the grittiness of them. But like I was saying earlier, like the sunlight that you have going, just can come down. Like in this scene, it's just, look at that, like the golden sunlight coming. It's lighting up that. You got this reflection on the puddles there, and it's going to be, I think, a really fun painting to paint. So I might just scribble a little bit of dark paint up here to try to cover that up, and right over here, and we'll see. But here we go. Gonna draw it on, and I might scrape up a little bit of this. Let me see about the colors. Actually, I think I'll use enough of those colors that I don't need to scrape it up. So, if you need to take a break, hey, maybe you do.
Me?
I'm talking to them. I'm talking to the people out there. I'm just gonna keep rolling though. And when I need a break, I'm just gonna take this is like a break for me. The espresso bean, chocolate covered, and then I've got my glass of water right here. Look at that.
Nice.
So, get a drink of water and let's keep going. Now this one is going to be a little bit more drawing with these lines, you know, like trying to make sure. Now here's a little trick. I don't know if you can see this, but I do this every once in a while when I am trying to draw on my, sometimes I just take a wet paintbrush like this and I'll just do some marks on here. It's enough for me to see, and it's going to disappear in a minute, so I have to be kind of quick. But this gives me an opportunity to lay down some marks and kind of like see some positions of stuff without actually making any type of commitment in terms of paint. And it can be kind of fun because all of a sudden I have a little bit of an idea of where things could go, and you know, like I already can see, okay, I need to move these poles way over here, stuff like that, without making really much of a commitment in any way. And so it can be kind of a helpful little tool if you've never done that before. There you go. Now I'm gonna use this red orange mix, which I sometimes use as I'm doing my draw in, and we'll go right here. We've got this going on, and then there's this tree, and that might actually need to go up. See, there we go. Even with that, I was still off a little bit. That's okay. And then there's a little tree here, which I'll put in. We've got, hey, there's my daughter Willow. How are you doing? Good. Hey, do you want to bring silver in at some point? We gotta show off silver. Right now? If you want to, I'll switch the camera over, because everybody loves silver, right? Can they hear you? Yeah, they can hear me, and they can hear you too. Willow, what a blessing she is to us. We are very thankful for a little 8-year-old girl who's precious.
You guys are in for a treat right now with Jet painting an alleyway. This is his forte. So you guys are in for a treat right now.
Oh, thanks, Peter.
Yeah.
I don't know, like alleys they're really fun. I really do love alleys, and I love the diversity of them. You know, they're just like so funky and interesting. And I think a lot of times people talk to me about them after they see one and they're like, oh, I never would have thought that an alley could be beautiful, you know. Which is, I think, what makes me so interested in painting them, is to kind of show, you know, there's a lot of stuff in life that we might look past or look over or something like that, but it's actually has a real cool beauty of its own. And sometimes we just have to stop and see it with new eyes. One of my, somebody asked earlier, and I say this every week, so I apologize if you've heard me say things over and over again, but one of the reasons I paint on black in these is, one, like I mentioned, it's kind of something that I'm familiar with, but it also represents to me the story of redemption in my life, how I feel like my life was full of darkness and not a lack of hope, I could say, and I feel like God brought light into my life, and it's just like painting on this kind of surface where there's nothing really cool to look at. It's just kind of void, but then you start to see the light come into it, and there's hope. And I feel like something that our world needs is some hope. And so Okay, Willow is in here with Silver, so I'm going to switch the camera and come on over. And I'll pick my little pajama girl up. And there's Silver right there. Silver is about maybe 2.5, 3 months old now. And
He's big.
no, wait, he's more than that. He's like 3.5, 4 or 5 or something like that. But we got him on the week after Easter this year. And it was about 8 weeks old when we got him. 9 weeks old. So he's, look at him. He's purring right now.
Yeah.
Man, if I could like, thank you, Willow, so much. But his purr is pretty loud. I say it every week probably, but
Yeah.
he's got a little motor in there.
I call him a lion.
yeah. He is like a little. I think it'd be crazy to hear a lion actually purr, like in person. But yeah, he's a little lion for sure. We named him Silver, but Peter was like, "You should have named him Simba."
I've always wanted to name a cat Simba, so.
Well, I think it would have been an appropriate name too, for sure. So, what question should I ask people right now, Peter?
That's a good question.
Would you? Here's an inappropriate question. I asked this one time in a class, and one person was like, "I am not answering that question. It's too grotesque for me." They didn't want to think about it. But here's the question. See, you have to know that I worked with young people, and this is the kind of stuff that makes young people kind of interested in what you're talking about. We would ask, how, if you had it's like the either or. If you could choose that you were going to be eaten by a shark or die of thirst in the desert, what would you choose? And that's the kind of question that we would ask. And then you have this lively discussion about why people are choosing what they're choosing. So I'm going to try to think of a question kind of like that.
I'd choose the shark.
Me too, because it's quicker.
Yeah.
That's my thinking in almost all of it. But the other one that I remember asking was, would you rather like die in a desert or die of freezing? And there were some people that said they'd rather die in a desert, and I was like, I actually think, I mean, I know that I think it'd be painful to freeze to death, but I think the last part of it, you basically just fall asleep. And so whereas dying of thirst, I think is, not a fun proposition. Well, there's a couple of cars over here, so I'll add those cars. They're going to be kind of fun to throw in there. At least one of them. 2 might be too much.
Eleni says, I would rather die of old age.
Yeah, I like that.
Michael Scooping asks, is that how you say his name?
Well, you know that's a just a YouTube name for somebody.
Oh, okay, got it. He says, why did you decide to do a marathon?
Oh yeah, well we decided to do a marathon because we have our doors open for Acrylic University right now, which is going to be the last time for people to become members for about 2 or 3 months, because we're not really going to have an open enrollment again until September or close to September, like when the fall kind of season will kick off. And the reason for that is we want to give attention to the new people who come in and be able to give them, that. And it's nice to have people come in at one time so they can there might be a chance that more people are going through the same things together. So to celebrate the last few days of the open enrollment, we thought, let's go all out and let's see what we can do. Let's see it'd be kind of fun to do something different, right? So that was our main motivation, was to see what it's like to do a longer thing. And we also want to grow our YouTube subscriber on our channel. And what happens with YouTube is that as you do a live stream, sometimes YouTube will promote it like randomly, and they'll put it out there. So we might start with 80 people, 50 people, but as it goes, YouTube will kind of put it out there, and we don't know if it will happen, but that's the other thought, is that every once in a while we've seen it go like from 100 people all of a sudden to 200 to 300 to 400 people, and it's just kind of like starting on that curve, and then we shut it down. And because we normally do one painting, it's an hour and 20 minutes, and we just thought, well, let's see what would happen if we kept going with that. Like, will that promotion, kind of carry on? And if so, let's see. So we don't really know, but those are all the reasons we're doing what we're doing. Plus, Peter's only here he's gonna go on a little trip, a little vacation this summer, and so he's gonna be gone for a little while. So we're gonna probably, I might be able to do a live stream, but it wouldn't be the same without Mr. Peter here. So yeah, we're doing what we can while Peter's here, and then we'll probably have a bit of a less of a live stream kind of presence for a little while when he's gone, which is going to be July.
Yeah.
Most of July and into August, I think, or something like that. I might be wrong on the dates, but
I think it's only 2 Fridays.
Okay, well that's good news.
Thanks, Elizabeth. I'll miss you guys too. I'm still gonna try and be active in the community and stuff like that. And
hold him to that, guys. You heard it here.
I still check it all the time.
I'm just joking. He's gonna be having a good time though, out with family.
We're gonna go crazy with fireworks.
Oh yeah, over the 4th of July.
Yep.
And also, one thing that's kind of cool, I don't know if any of you were planning to watch, but I had this live stream set up a couple weeks ago. Was it last week? I can't remember. Maybe it was just last week. Was that? Time flies sometimes. It feels like it was longer than that, but I think it was just last week. We were supposed to do a live stream on the Blick channel and on Facebook. And it got canceled right at the last minute. They said, actually, we're not going to do it. There's all these riots going on and all this stuff. So we just want to kind of, cancel what we've got going on social media. And sorry, but yours is the next in line. And so we're going to cancel it. And that was fine. But they said we might reschedule it, but we're working on when will it work, and I just heard back from him today, so we're gonna get that rescheduled, which will be kind of cool too.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I'm pretty sure we'll be able to get it done before Peter goes. That was the big thing. I was like, yeah, we don't mind rescheduling, but it's either gonna be, before Peter goes, which is a little bit limited, or it's gonna be when he comes back. Here are the dates, and then we didn't hear anything for a long time, so we thought, well, maybe it's not going to work with them. And you know what I love in this scene? There's not that much direct sunlight hitting, mostly right there on that building and a little bit of light on these trees, but you get a lot of reflected light, like on the tops of these, and even on the side of this building, and of course these reflections of water down there at the bottom. And that's the stuff that I think, like Peter was saying, I get excited when I start painting these scenes because I start kind of envisioning them and seeing, okay, like this is where this is going, and it's really fun to kind of, I don't always know exactly what it's going to look like, but I've painted enough of these kind of scenes that I can start to kind of see what it might look like in my head, and that's pretty fun.
Got word from Renee that they want the toilet train silver.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Renee has been looking into that, trying to toilet train silver, which would be really awesome. I don't know how long it takes, but if it works, that'd be so fun. I mean, just the fact that he wouldn't have a stinky kitty litter box. He'll, he's just a normal cat, but it's not like we don't have a room where he uses the kitty litter that's really far away. It's kind of just down the hallway, and so in the laundry room, and we're like, saw somebody say, yeah, you can train your cat to go to the bathroom in the toilet. Will anybody out there has anybody done that? Has anybody seen that? I'd love to hear. If somebody's out there and has done that, I'd love to hear, or tried to do that, or seen a cat that did that. Like, I'd love to hear that, because, or if you say, you know what, we tried and it didn't work, then I'd love to hear that too, because you said it's not worth it or something, then maybe we would avoid making that effort. There's that grass kind of in there, or bushy tree kind of stuff. Not tree, but I might grab a little bit of this dark color. Plus, Kim, isn't it fun to celebrate? Like, I feel like one of the things that I like doing is giving stuff away. I feel like art is a gift. It's a gift to have the ability to create stuff. It's a gift to have the resources to do it. When I worked in the inner city, one of the things I thought about frequently was art is a luxury. It's not a given. It's there's a lot of talented people who don't have the resources to be able to buy art supplies. Art supplies are not a necessity, and if you're poor, you're not really going to spend your money on art supplies. And so when I think about it, I think, I'm very lucky, I'm very blessed to be able to buy art supplies. And listen to that. That's the sound of fun.
Okay, before we do that, real quick, Johan says my cat does high five, and he also turns out the lights, but that is all I could have him do.
Oh wow.
So far. And then, did you know that Denver is a published author?
No.
He's published a book called The Secret of the Lost Pyramid that he said he worked on for 20 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Looks interesting. Okay. So
yeah, we're ready. In terms of what I was saying though, is that like it feels like giving stuff away is a way to give the gift of art. And so in light of that, Peter, what do we have? We're giving away more more brushes, and either a video critique, or this time, if you are not a member, okay, let me go back here. I gotta write something down. Who won the last one?
Buku Leslie was the last winner. She won the painting.
Okay. And who was the one before that? Because I never got that.
Lily Ann.
No, that was the first one. Who won the 231?
Oh yeah, Lily Ann was the first one, and then her name was Tita.
Okay, awesome.
Yep.
Okay, great. New
member.
member. Yeah, I'll switch the camera. Okay, so it is 3:30, and
yes, so I've picked a winner, and I've texted them.
You have gotten a text. So you have a name?
Not yet.
Okay. Reply back with your name to Peter, and we'll give you your prize as long as you're still with us. So again, this prize is going to be a set of brushes, and it will be Acrylic 101 if you're not a member, or it will be another video critique if you are a member. The other thing that we could give away to members, if you live close enough and you wanted to, is we could give you a free class when our studio opens up. So I'll throw that out there later too. I don't know if the classes will open up. I don't know when, I don't know, that kind of thing, but that's another option that we could throw out there for members who live close enough or who want to travel to Camano Island, Washington. So very fun. Okay, I'll get back into this. And maybe we just heard back from somebody. I sometimes feel my phone kind of vibrate in my pocket, and I know somebody's texting in. So if you are new, haven't been with us for super long right now, and you want to join in the fun, just make sure you text your name or text the word hello first to us at the number that's on that scrolling kind of banner, and then it will ask you to text your name back in. So text just the word hello, and then it should prompt you after that to send in your name. And then when you do that, you'll be set to win one of the prizes that we're giving away, which we're giving away a whole bunch of different things today, including each of the 5 paintings that I do. Now this road is kind of reflecting some of the sky, and the sky is very bright and clearly the lightest value in this scene. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. A painting marathon, never done it before, may never do it again. This might be the only ever painting marathon that we do, but at the same time, we'll see how it feels at the end of the night and we'll evaluate it. We'd love to hear back from you too, if this is something where you're like, yeah, you know what, that was a little bit too long. I couldn't handle that. Or if you're like, yeah, that was fun. We'd love to hear back from you. Because a lot of what we do, we really, we come up with ideas, but we usually try to run our ideas by our members and by people that we we know and who can give us some feedback, because what we found is that we can come up with all sorts of ideas, but you guys are the ones that we actually are doing it for, and we want to do stuff that's helpful. We want to do stuff that's fun. We want to do stuff that works with your life, with your schedule, you know. So any feedback that you have is super helpful for us. I can't remember which color I was using on that building there, but maybe it was this one. Let's see.
Pat says, I'm painting on an 11 by 14 and enjoying this alley more than I thought. Thanks for doing this.
Oh yeah, you're welcome, Pat. I'm glad. I feel like these alley scenes, I didn't really, I probably would have never thought of painting an alley scene, but it was my first teacher, Mike Schwab, that was doing, he would go out and find these really cool alleys in Vancouver where I was living at the time, and which he lives pretty close to Vancouver. And I would see them and I think, oh my goodness, that is really cool. His were, I'm trying to think, he does a lot of snowy alleys actually. Streets or alleys that have some snow, sunlight coming across, but they're really, really pretty.
Merritt says, loving it. Is there a dinner break?
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna take a dinner break, but you definitely can. You can do whatever. And you know, I mean, because I know, like, I'm going kind of all out here. We're kind of sticking as much as we can. I'm going to probably take a 5-minute break after this one. Couple minute break after this. I'm not 100% sure, but I do think that I will. And then I'll probably grab a little bite while I'm on that break. Not a full-on meal, but enough to get a little bit of energy. But you can grab a full meal. You can do whatever you need to do. And we'll still be here when you come back.
Martha Towner says, for many months in Minnesota, we have snowy alleys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. You guys get a fair amount of snow.
Yeah.
And if you're in a place like that, like, it sticks around. It's not like here where it snows maybe once a year and it might be gone the next day.
Daniel says, Jed, I know you've mentioned before that you like to listen to music while you paint. What kind of music do you listen to that gets you in the zone for painting?
You know, I can listen to different kinds of music that, and it kind of depends on the mood that I'm in. But because I'll go from, I have some hip hop stuff that I really like. I also have some classic rock. I also have some different worship music that I love. There's a bunch of different stuff that I love. Like, my favorite, like things like 21 Pilots, which I don't know what I would call that or what that would be described as, alternative, or I don't know. It's a little bit of a mix of different stuff, but yeah, for me, generally, I like more upbeat kind of stuff that's, I'm not a big classical music guy. I do listen to some and I appreciate it, but it doesn't like I'm not that kind of artist that likes to just be totally like everything's peaceful and I'm a high I'm more like give me some loud music and let me rock out, or let me get into the feel of it. Yeah, this is fun. I like this reflected light down here. And what's kind of cool in a puddles like this is you get little variations in this, right? Because some of this, and you have some softer edges around where the road and that the moisture is, and where it meets the drier pavement. So there's variations, and then you have the really clean reflections where there's an actual puddle. And so if you can control the value and keep your places where it's just kind of wet pavement, and you keep that a little bit darker, and then like right in there's a really bright reflection, and if I can control that a little bit and show that difference, I think it'll look really cool. I might need to, I kind of pulled this down maybe a little bit too far. I might need to make it a little bit smaller, almost because of that. I don't want it to be too big that far down into the scene. That might work okay.
Daniel says I saw in one of the AU video lessons what looked like a small Marshall amp replica speaker. I need to look into it to see if I can.
Oh yeah, man, that's my favorite. I should bring it over. Yeah. I'm actually going to, Daniel, because you'll love this thing. If you love music, let me just grab this real quick. This thing's killer. I just unplugged it, but this thing is legit, man. It's I don't know what had something on top of it, but it's just a very simple thing, you know, like you got your inputs back here if you want, but it also has this. So I just have a cable, I plug in my iPhone, but this thing, it's not that big, but it can put out some sound, man.
Yeah, it sounds really good.
Yeah, it's fun. That was like, I think that thing is probably like $250. I can't remember exactly, but when I bought it, I'm like, man, this is my studio. I'm gonna make this investment because this is where I paint. This is where I work, and yeah, I feel like it was worth it. Now, what I've got going on right now though is I've got a little bit of a deal here where I have to make this. I think I have to make this one right here a little bit bigger, or I have to make this one right here a little bit smaller. And I think what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna make this one a little bit bigger. I think it will actually make sense of this scene a little bit more if this is just a little bit bigger. Sometimes that's what happens with me is, you know, you gotta keep things relative to each other in their size. And so if you notice something that's getting off, that's okay, just go make that change, you know. It's not the end of the world, but don't be afraid of making the change because it's gonna make it, like, you might complicate it a little bit. Like, I thought that dumpster looked fine before. Like, I mean, in terms of by itself, I wouldn't have made any real adjustments to it, and I might need to shape this a little bit better and do different stuff. But having the whole painting kind of work together is more important than having one object in the painting that looks good.
Kirsty Dodgeville asks, do you ever have prints made of your work, or do you only sell the original?
We do have some prints available. Not that many, but I have, if you go to, what's the name of that company? Magog Graphics. They have some prints of mine that are available. That's kind of the easiest place right now. We have the ability to make prints, but it's harder for us to do it on a small basis, and so we usually just send people to Magog Graphics. And if you look up my name when you get to their site, you'll see what is available. There's a handful of prints available, but not a ton. Probably about 8, something like that. Prints are pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like, I like prints. I'm not against doing them at all. It's just that they do take a fair amount of effort themselves. And sometimes if we don't have a real system in place, it's just kind of like, well, just sell the originals.
Sometime we want to get a system going though, because that comes up a lot.
Yeah.
Like, it's something that's kind of on our back burner.
Yeah, it is. We've been kind of working on we've got a bunch of things going at the same time most of the time. And so it's a matter of priority. Like, what are we going to prioritize right now? Like, we always are working on stuff for Acrylic University, which is making new lessons and stuff like that, and making sure that we're keeping on top of what our members need. And then we're also have the Jed Dorsey art side of things, where we're working on promotion, getting the website over there all lined up. Like, so we have a number of things that we kind of are tossing back and forth, saying which one should we work on right now. And we have the capability, I believe, right now with our website to do some prints and to do some school stuff on both the Acrylic University site, and so we can have more merchandise and have more stuff available, including good quality prints. But we just have to get it set up. Yeah, if you have any questions for me too, like regarding anything that I'm doing, feel free to shout it out. I'm not afraid to talk while I paint, and I'll do my best to answer your question if you have something. So one of the things that I say quite a bit is I like to have variety in like this wall here, for instance. Like, there's a number of different things that are kind of like coming up, and like there's these little drain pipes that come up, and then there's a box down here, and different things, and all of that stuff, in my opinion, adds interest to a decent sized wall. It's not a gigantic wall there, but it could be a little bit boring if it was all just exactly the same. And so by kind of trying to bring some of that variety in there, you can add a little bit more interest. And we've got these really bright flags. Like, I think these are from some construction project or something that was going on. I don't know, but they're just leaning up there. And so I'm gonna put them in, and then if later in the painting we look back at that and we say, well, shoot, those are really distracting or something like that, I'll take them out. But I feel like because this is going to be the main source of light and brightest area kind of up here and here, these could, my hope is that they're going to be just an interesting kind of additional color. I'm gonna have to pay attention. Yep, we're getting fairly close to the end of this second painting in terms of time. I've got to keep my eyes on the clock here. I don't want to fall behind. My worry is that at the end of the night I'll have like 3 paintings to do, 2 paintings to do in an hour.
Kirsty says, my daughter really wants an AU t-shirt. I hope you get those up sometime soon.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I'm with you on that. Like, that's one of the things that I was just mentioning. Is like we have the ability to do it. It's just a matter of time. In fact, every once in a while I think, man, we should just ask somebody from our community to help, because I bet there's people that we work with all the time that are good at stuff that we don't have the time to do. And so if you're out there and you're like, you know what, I could do that, I know how to do that, I know how to set that up right, I could at least look into it, man, we'd love to talk with you, because we have stuff like that every once in a while. In fact, yes, even today we needed a little bit of help. You know, we're just thinking like, well, Peter's the only person doing the moderation of the meeting. You know, maybe if he needs to step away, we need somebody else who's there. And we were actually thinking through who could we ask, and we ended up getting our my nephew Judah to do it. So he's out there. Thanks so much, Judah, for that. But that's another kind of thing where every once in a while we just come up with stuff that we're like, you know, it'd be cool to get somebody that knows a little bit about what's going on, and to be able to help us out with this. So if you feel like you're like one of those people that you're like, you know what, I'd be willing to help do something, or I'd be willing to at least like have a conversation about it and see what they're looking for and like see if it could work, then text us or reach out, give us an email and say, yeah, I'm interested in seeing what you have to do, because maybe we could figure out something.
Martha Towner says, our grandson Zach 10, age 10, is watching with me, and he says it looks like 3D. Is it night in the painting?
It's sunset in the painting, actually. The sun was setting just over, kind of behind that building. So the light's coming at a pretty strong angle, and it's going to be reflecting off of here. But yeah, it's getting close to nighttime. It's not exactly nighttime, but it's getting close. But once you'll see, once we put the light in, the sky, it's gonna make it feel, hopefully, like the time of day that it really is. Right now, of course, it looks like there's no light in the sky because I haven't gotten there yet. But that's awesome that you're here, Zachary. Glad that you're watching. And I'm kind of working my way towards the light as we're going.
When he puts the sky in, we call it the jetting. So that's when the painting really lights up.
Yeah, that's the fun part of the painting. the most fun part, I should say. It's all fun. But that's where it gets really fun. Cool. Well, man, this is awesome. So if you're just joining us, I hope that it's clear, but I'm giving away 5 paintings today, and this is number 2, right? This is only number 2. So we're getting closer and closer to the end of this. I'm gonna put in some, getting closer to the, putting in the brighter highlights and then the sky, and then I'll do 2 coats on that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the first coat in right now, and then I'll wait just a little bit, and then I'll end up putting in the second coat on the highlights. And by the time that we're, it's ready for the second coat, it'll be a perfect time to call out our winner of this painting. And so if you haven't yet done this, take the time to enter by sending us your just the word hello, like it says across the bottom. It should all be there, but just to make sure you don't know about it, make sure you send in the word hello to my phone number, and that will enter you into the contest to win a painting. Or also, we're gonna give away real soon here, in about 3 minutes, we're gonna give away the next. See, I've got my phone. Every half hour, my alarm goes off and we give away something. So you've got the opportunity to win several times over the next few hours. We're in hour number 2, just at the end of hour number 2, and we've got 6 hours. This is the painting marathon.
Oh yeah, Nancy. She says, I'd love an alley monthly unit, and one of our modules is an urban module.
Yeah, it is.
Sometime this year.
Yep. Yeah, I know. I love alleys too. And that urban module, we didn't know if maybe we should have called it alleys. Maybe we will call it alleys in the end. I don't know. But that's like the idea behind it, is alleys, street scenes that are really cool and interesting and diverse. I just, like in the end, I just start loving, kind of the mix of colors and the random splotches of paint that they start to make sense as it goes, but early on, it might not look like too much, but you just get these really fun combinations going on. And I'm realizing that the colors that you're seeing are a little different than the colors that I'm seeing, which is kind of interesting. When I'm looking at the screen, the colors that you see are a little bit more yellow and a little different than what I see. I wonder if I could change that back to that camera. It's probably too dark then.
Yeah.
So.
And even then it looks different on.
Oh, I knew.
Than it does on
yeah, it could just be this. Oh, there it is. It is 4 o'clock, guys, and we are going to call out our next winner. And the winner of this is going to be, let's see. What is the winner of this one? We're gonna do the same thing, but this time I'm gonna show you something else. See this right here? This is the actual little pamphlet that they gave me, but the Catalyst Polytip Bristle, the reason I like them so much is because of what they do right here. this is a split end of every bristle, like every individual hair is kind of broken up at the end. That's why it's called the polytip bristle, and that's what gives it its softness at the end. And but it's strong enough. This is the flat right here, and you get this exact brush. This is a number 10, and you get a number 6 in this little set. So it's stiff. These bristles are strong. They can push paint around, but it's soft, and that's what I love about it. So do you have somebody, Peter?
Sure do. Elise Wagner.
Elise Wagner, congratulations. You just won. Now, do you need to hear back from her, or did you already?
She texted like 1 minute ago.
Okay, so. Elise, you just texted in, and you just won. That was good timing for you. So you're going to get this set of brushes, and you will get access to Acrylic 101, which is a full-on course with, we just added 3 extra videos to it. So that is for you. I'm going to write your name down right here. And Elise Wagner. All right, congratulations. And I'm trying to think, Peter, who won the last one at 3:30?
At 3:30, Laura Coleman.
Okay, Laura Coleman. Awesome. I'm writing this down. Peter's got records, but we're just trying to cover our bases here so that we don't have, we're giving away so many things. We got to make sure that we keep track of this because it's fun times, but it would be a real bummer to win something and then like we don't write your name down or something like that. We'd of course give it to you. We'd take your word for that, but okay. Now it's almost time to add in this bright sky back there. And I'm gonna just do this in pure white. And again, this is, I might change it to a little bit less white, but I'm just getting the brightness down right now so that later I'll be able to get on the second coat when it's dry, and it will look as bright as it needs to look. Now, I made this kind of yellow right there, which isn't really that accurate because the sunlight is not coming from, like, it's not hitting that. So I'm probably gonna have to change that a little bit, but I wanted to show a little bit of light up there. But it's not accurate as it is right now. So in case you're concerned about that, yeah, it's wrong. And I'm gonna change that. Okay, going something like that. Now I'll also go down here and put in some of these reflections. And these little hints of light will create a little pathway, hopefully lead the eye back up into the rest of the painting. Okay. Fun, fun, fun. Now I'll jump back into this middle section where we've got different, some different paint, different colors that need to be brought in, different, this building up there, maybe a little bit more over here. I need to grab a little bit of a cool, I'm probably gonna break out a little bit of the phthalo blue and see what we can do on this there's a truck sitting over here on this side, and I might see what phthalo blue looks like in there in the mix.
Did you know that Dorina is an hour west of Spokane?
I knew she was somewhere over there, yeah.
Gotcha.
You didn't know that.
No, I
I
did not.
take it. Peter, you've got family over that direction, right? That's
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
where
we're
you're
driving.
going to head over this summer.
Yeah, we're driving through Spokane.
Okay. Yeah, I like the eastern side of the mountains over there. I have played baseball over in Spokane, but other than that, I haven't spent a ton of time in the city. Driven through more than anything else. But I did spend the 4th of July there once when I was in high school because we were playing a baseball tournament there. And we happened to be there over the 4th of July. And I remember going down to the river and watching the 4th of July celebration there. It was really fun. Especially, you know, at that point in my life, I hadn't gone to very many organized, bigger 4th of July celebrations. I think that might have been the first one that I was at. And it was fun because, you know, you can buy some pretty good fireworks, but it was something extra special to be at a river like that and have like however much money the city spends on their fireworks.
Yeah.
Generally outdoes your home fireworks, you know, pretty good. Generally. When we lived in Vancouver, of course, they would have something called the festival. What was it called? It was called the Celebration of Light, or it's called something like that. And it was, you know, Canada has it's Canada Day. It's July 1st. And then I don't remember, they had fireworks then, but then later, like it was probably about a week. I think it was every night of the week for a week or so, maybe even longer. They had this thing called Festival of Lights or Celebration of Light or something like that. And they would have all these countries participate and kind of try to win the competition. And so they would go back to back, you know, like one night would be Germany, the next night might be Canada, the next night might be, you know, Switzerland or something like that. And it would just go back to back to back, and they'd all be trying to outdo the other people. And those were some really good fireworks shows there.
Now you know who really outdoes the rest of the world in fireworks is Japan.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they have some insane fireworks. Like last year I was on this huge firework kick, so I looked at a bunch of fireworks shows on YouTube.
Oh, really?
But then I came across the ones from Japan and put all the other ones to shame.
Did they really?
Yeah, it was crazy.
I thought you were gonna say China, because I was just going like, well, fireworks were invented in China, right? So I was thinking,
Yeah.
that's kind of surprising to me. That's awesome.
Michael asks, you often use a single word to name your paintings. What's the story behind that?
Well, you know, sometimes I use more than one word, but recently I have been using one word to name them. And part of that was, I was just thinking through, I mean, we had just been in, you know, the lockdown, the shutdown, and I was thinking about like, what are the words, like what are the words that I long for right now? You know, it's like, and I just was thinking about words like peace and breathe, rest, that kind of thing. And so that was really what it was. It was just like this effort to be very simple, very minimal, and kind of like use words that are, for me, they evoked emotion, and some feeling, but they weren't overly storytelling either. It wasn't like my dog named Peace, you know, or whatever, or, you know, the place that I go to find peace. It was just peace and rest and whatever it was. And my thinking with that was, I like names matter, right? Like words matter, and we kind of can connect to things sometimes through words, and it can be kind of significant for us, but they also are kind of personal, right? So like my experience of a place or of something might be a little bit different than somebody else's, and I kind of wanted to keep the names be as, what would you say, universal as possible. Like, you could look at a painting that I did and you could read the name and it would mean something to you that meant, you know, it just meant something to you. It didn't have to be exactly what it meant to me for it to be significant and for it to kind of work and make sense. So that was the rationale behind that.
Jason asks, is that alley by our old house in Indianapolis?
You know, this alley is actually from Scottsdale, Arizona, Jason. Yeah, but this is when Peter and I were down there about a year ago, and we were, I think, yeah, this was like the first night that we were walking around.
Just take a picture.
Yeah, we just walked around, took a bunch of pictures, and it was, this is the trip that we were, it was pretty comfortable here in Scottsdale, and we hadn't packed anything super warm. And then we drove up to the Grand Canyon and just froze our butts off.
It was so bad.
It was the coldest I've ever been in the world. It was, by the way, again, before sunrise. Just like that last painting, we were trying to get up so that we could catch sunrise everywhere we went. And man, we did not plan for that. It was cold, cold, cold. I think it was like 23 degrees or 17 degrees, plus it was so windy. It was just like it, I swear, I mean, part of it was I've been in colder places, but I was prepared for it. And when we were there, we didn't have gloves, we didn't have anything, and we're holding all these metal cameras and metal handles and equipment and stuff, trying to get these videos. And I remember Peter was videoing me, and I just remember my nose running. You know, it was like constantly I was sniffling and trying to not look like I had a cold the whole time.
And the wind was coming over the edge, and so he was like kind of yelling.
Yeah, that's right.
It was so bad. Denver says, during World War II, my dad was in Japan and someone shot into a building. It turned out to be a fireworks factory, and both sides stopped fighting and watched the show.
Oh my goodness. Whoa.
That's crazy.
Speaking of Japan having the best fireworks, I guess that's probably a pretty good testimony of that. It would stop a significant battle. Okay, well, it is time to give away this painting. So, Peter, do you want to pull up a name for this?
Yes, sir.
Pull up something here, and this is painting number 2. And again, if you're just joining us, we're just getting started. This is just the start of the fun.
We're 25% of the way. Yeah. No, 1/3.
1/3. We're 33% of the way, aren't we? Yeah.
Yep. Okay, I picked the winner and I'm texting them right now.
Okay. If you get a text, that means you are in the driver's seat to win this painting. You just have to respond back and be here sticking with us. You know, Peter, I actually just thought of something, because if you're texting people, they don't actually have to be here. So I think what we could do, if we really wanted to make sure they were still here, is that I say a... No, Peter's like, no, don't make it too complicated on me.
Please.
Just let them text me back. That's good enough.
They texted really recently.
Okay. Yo, you know what I just... Boy, that's funny. I actually forgot to put the highlight of light in here. I better do that. So that's probably... Well, it might not need 2 coats, but it might. So, let me get that on there. Man, it is a... marathon, a painting marathon. This is fun, guys. Thank you for joining us. We're having a blast, and we hope that you are too. And we're going to announce the winner of this painting in just a minute here, because Peter has selected somebody, and we're just waiting to hear back from them. Now we've got a little bit of that light coming through here. And I'm going to just touch a little bit up here. There's a little bit of highlights coming through, and then we've got some reflected light. Now I'm going to keep this light over on this side a little bit cooler. Let that be the warmest light. I'm going to have to do one more coat on the... Have you heard back, Peter?
Not yet.
Okay, well, I think what we need to do is give them a warning and say, you've got, like a minute to text back. Because if they're not there, that pretty much tells me that they're not paying attention and they're not watching anymore.
Jill says, Peter, where's my text?
Yeah.
I've got it, but as random generation would have it.
Yeah, all of this is totally random. We're not on the side picking numbers or anything that we know or anything like that. This is all, we're putting this into a thing that just randomly selects different numbers, and so it's as random as can be.
Alright, should I pick somebody else?
Yeah, we're moving on. Text them first. Say, I'm sorry you lost your chance. We really apologize, but you weren't here to be here, so sorry. That means for somebody else, though, you're getting a chance to win this. And that's good news for you.
Okay, I just sent the text to the next winner.
Okay, so if you got a text right now, then it's your chance. But you got to write us back. Write us back. And this painting can be yours, and we'll be happy to send it your way. And do. I'm gonna come through here with my highlights again, which again, what you see may not be exactly what I see, but that's okay. Close enough. probably just a little bit of variation from the camera, the colors that the camera's picking up, and a little bit of that. So
Roxanne says, Peter, I'll answer, text me.
yeah, I know. I'm right here, guys.
Yeah, I know.
Text me.
I see your text, Roxanne.
Oh, too funny. Well, you know what? The reality is that you snooze, you lose. People on the job snoozing, man. Hey, you know what I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, let's get a little bit of this reflected light over here. I love this. A little bit of phthalo blue in here. If you've been hanging out recently with me, you know how I've kind of fallen back in love with phthalo blue. And it's been a fun color to start using more.
Yeah. Alright, should I pick some?
Yeah, I think we're going for winner number 3, third time's the charm.
Alright.
You just need to make sure that you write that person back and say, I'm sorry you missed your opportunity again. I feel bad for doing that, but I also, that's the rule, you know, and we want to honor the people that are here. I want to give this away. I want to move on to the next painting, and we can't do that until this is done. Okay. Now, I'm going to go through the sky one more time. Some very light color. And that will be that. And then this time I am going to have to clean out this palette here. Got so much in here that's covered. It's covered with color. Okay, are we hearing back?
No.
Oh my goodness. This is nuts. Can't believe this. We might need to send out a text to like pick 5 people and the first person to text back or something like that, or
maybe we should just move on and then
okay.
We'll pick them later. Like we can.
Well, yeah, that could be what we could do. Okay. Okay, look at that though, man. That's a dang good painting right there. I like that. And I think that it looks a little bit better than it does on my what I'm looking at on camera. So hey, we're gonna give this away tonight. And if you missed it, your chance already, I am sorry about that, but we are gonna give this away. It just might take us another round of calls. Okay, now let's see. We are 2.5 hours in. Got 2 paintings done. Got 3 more to go. I've got 3 more to go in 3.5 hours though.
Yeah,
I gotta move a little bit faster on this next one, don't I?
That one was killer though. That was a really good painting.
Okay, let's see what we're doing now. This is the next scene right here. So another alley scene.
Another alley, but snow.
But snow, and then we got these 2 coming. So good times, guys. Glad that you're here with us, and I'm gonna just take a minute here to get my brushes cleaned out, and then I'm gonna clean off my palette. Who's still with us? Who's sticking with us?
Almost everybody that was here when we started, basically. It seems like.
Awesome.
Louise Powers, Johanne, Laura Hazeltine, Joanne Hitchcock, Elizabeth Bragg, Roxanne, Carol Pierce, Jill, E. Hall, Roxanne Montesano, Johanne Friedrichs. Yeah.
Awesome.
Sigurd Page, Judah.
Okay, awesome,
Gene
awesome.
Hudson says hi, Jen, just checking in.
Okay, cool. Hey, welcome. We're glad that you're here. Moving on to painting number 3 right now.
Rebecca Long is here. Patricia Ellis, Lorna Parent, Patrick Trieber, Pat, Randy. A bunch of people are typing that they're here now.
Okay. Nice. So glad that you're here, guys. Love doing this. Love having you here. And we're now on our we're about to start the 3rd painting in this painting marathon.
Barrett says if you gave the painting to me, you would have to mail it. I could just buzz around the island.
True. Yeah, maybe later we'll have to, like, I don't know, we'll think of a way, man. I'm sad that we tried giving it away to 2 different people. And
Wasn't it free?
3? Man, was it 3?
Yeah, it was free.
Wow, that's nuts. Man, what a crazy thing. I wouldn't have expected that. Oh, you know, the only thing is, what were the numbers? The actual, like, was it one of the first 25, 26 people?
No, I don't know where it was. Or it was somewhere up there. Kind of recent, like in the middle.
Like the number was
Or
like.
we had a spread. We had 2 that were like kind of recently texted in, and another one was kind of far back.
Oh, okay. Wow, man, that's surprising.
And then Trish says, I would happily sneak across the border.
Yeah. Hey, is the border open? I don't know what's going on. I guess it's not if you're talking about sneaking across. Okay, let's set this back up here. Got our clean again. And we're ready to start this scene. And this is, of course, the scene that we're gonna do. So, what I'm going to do is break into one of these. I'm gonna, oh no, look at that. 4:30, it's time to pick a winner. We're gonna pick another winner of our brush and course or a video critique. So if you are a member, you'll get a video critique. If you are not, you can get access to Acrylic 101, which we have just recently added a couple new painting lessons to it, and it's better than ever. So Peter's gonna call the number right now, and I'm going to take this opportunity to take my little energy pills in the way of espresso beans covered with different kinds of chocolate.
Okay, Roxanne Montesano, it's your lucky day.
What?
Are you out there? Are you still out there?
Wow. Now, Roxanne, you just won. You might be bummed that you
Didn't get the painting.
weren't on the painting list, but hey, you won. Well, let's see. You'll
Yeah,
get
she's still there.
yeah, and you'll get a video critique because you are a member,
Yeah, she's a member.
and that'll be awesome. So, brushes and a video critique for you, Roxanne. Good job for being here. Glad that you are. Okay, I've got my energy pills downed, so I'm going to get a couple more paper towels here, and then we'll get started on this third painting.
Do you want me to keep just texting people until somebody wants the alley painting? Like right now?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah, why not?
Okay.
Give people like 2 minutes, or like a minute or something
Okay.
like that.
Sounds good.
So you can pay attention right now, because I just finished this painting. If you're brand new, like, text in. But if you've been here with us, Peter's gonna be choosing a number, texting that number. So have your phone out and keep it, where you'll hear if you get a text, because you're gonna have to respond back within a minute or two, or else he's gonna move on to the next number. But that painting is available. And here we go. Now, did you put that other alley up there in the screen?
Yeah, I switched it.
Okay,
And then
sweet.
Michael says, that alley looks so ordinary in the photo and I'd never think to paint it. Dumpsters? But Jen makes it to where you would want to hang those dumpsters on your wall.
That's awesome. Well, that's what I like about it.
Yeah. Alright, I sent out another text to the next person up in line for the alley. So, that's you.
Text back. We need to hear from you in the next minute or two. That'll be kind of fun. Like, that's awesome. That's right, because I said third time's the charm, and no one wrote back. So this is the fourth.
Yeah.
Fourth time, man. Oh, I think I just felt something. Oh no, that's brand new. Okay. Oh! Wait, no, that's an old one. I'm sorry, I got caught looking at the texting that's coming in. Okay, here we go. I'm going to start with this drawing of this on here right now. Same kind of idea as I did before. I'm mixing up something. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to mix up something that's more of a purple, a violet here. And I'm going to use that as my drawing kind of color. And it'll just make it feel a little bit different, but it's a dark color, mid-tone to dark, and it won't stand out too much, so it'll be a nice color to paint over. And this is a snowy scene here, so what I usually try to do is pay attention to where things leave the canvas, and this fence leaves the canvas at just a little bit over the halfway mark. So halfway's here, so this kind of comes about right there, and it looks to me like it's about eye level, because it's pretty level, and comes out about there. And then this building leaves the canvas somewhere about in here. This house, this line gets carried on pretty much straight up, so it's somewhere in there. And then you've got this garbage can again, which we know we love these garbage cans. It's somewhere in here in the snow. And then it goes up a little further. There's another telephone pole. We've got some more telephone poles, and then over on this side we've got a fence that comes in actually right around here, and then it goes up at this angle, pretty sharp angle here, and that's kind of our line. And then we've got a tree. And then there are some shadows. So there's a pretty strong shadow. We've got a garbage can there that's right in the shadow. This shadow comes across. Any word, Peter?
One of the past 4 people we texted back. So because of the first one text back, should we?
Oh.
What do you think?
One of the first 4?
Yeah, one of the first 4 texted back.
Ooh, what number?
Liz Hall.
Oh, you said the name.
Yeah.
No, what I meant was the number. Which number was she?
Oh, I think she was the first.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, Liz Hall. I feel like because due to the situation. So, have you texted number 4 back to say that they didn't get it?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So, Liz, we're going to give this to you because you came back to us, and we're going to count that because we took it away, but you came back to us, and the other people didn't claim it either. So, congratulations, Liz. Wow. That was, you don't know how lucky you are. That was not just lucky one time, but you got lucky that the other people weren't paying attention either. So congratulations. Glad that you got that. Glad that you came back. We're really happy to see that painting go to you. And if you don't know what you won, I'm going to hold it up right here because you might not have been here when we were giving it away. So that's the painting that's going to be sent to you. And we're pretty excited about that. So, and we're also excited to have somebody actually claim it after 4 tries. It goes back to, and then you know what? It actually feels pretty good to give it to the first person that had their number drawn. That's pretty nice. Boy, here's something coming out of the computer over here. I don't know what that is. What is that?
What the heck?
That's.
My headphones died.
Oh, really?
And then yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Do you want to use those headphones? These ones?
No, I can't because I have to monitor the live stream on my laptop.
Oh, they don't work?
No, these work, but because we're streaming the desktop audio for the music, then if I'm listening to
Oh,
music,
yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay, so Liz Hall says her texts weren't going through earlier
Oh, really?
when she was responding.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm sorry about that. I'm glad that it finally worked. That's an interesting thing, isn't it? You know what would be kind of interesting would be like maybe we could do something where, well, that's probably too much. That's a little too. We're doing our best here, guys. We're trying. It's hard always to like come up with a good way to do. How do you do that, you know? But glad that it worked out. Glad that worked out.
Yeah, Liz says, "Yay, I've been on the whole time."
Oh, seriously? That's too much.
Yeah.
Oh man, that would have been real bummer if you.
Oh, Patricia just made a good point.
What's that?
Has something to do with the company we're working with, but she says, "I'm pretty sure it's a timing thing. Your texts don't necessarily arrive immediately."
Well, I know that our texts don't arrive immediately to you, but if it's the other way too, then yeah, we got to think about that a little bit here. Because generally, it feels like when we say text us, it feels pretty immediate. Like, I mean, my phone will just be jumping, and it's right away. But if that's for some reason not really the case, then we might need to at least allow a little bit of grace time. Okay, well, here we go. And this goes back and back, and I love the feeling of these little alleys, little streets in the snow like this too. As you know, I'm an alley friend. I love these alleys. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of get some of these main colors and values in place. So let's go like this. Not sure what kind of, looks like some kind of vine growing through this fence here. And then there's the snow on there, kind of a cool. I'm so glad that worked out. That would have been a bummer, right? We can laugh about it now, but man, that would have been a bummer if for whatever reason your text had never come through and you'd been there the whole time. Oh man.
That'd be so screwed.
Yeah, that would have been a bummer. That would have been really sad. It'd be ironic to me also if that was the case with any of the other numbers that we'd send it to. You know what I mean?
It probably is. I'm not even.
Oh, that's sad. Well, just know if you're not, if we texted you and you didn't win, because your text didn't come through, at least you can rest in the fact that you weren't the first one. That it actually ended up going to the first person who was supposed to win. So that's good. Yeah, I was kind of surprised when it was like not every person isn't watching. Out of 4 people, none of them were watching. Doesn't really make that much sense. So these garbage cans are gray, but there are recycling bins that are blue, and I was kind of tempted to make this recycling bin, or make a recycling bin and turn it a little bit more blue, and I might, but I'm not going to do it right away. Now this color of the house is also a little bit of an interesting color. I might grab a little bit of phthalo blue to mix in there because it's kind of got a little bit of that feel actually. So let's throw in a couple, got a little bit of.
Yeah, E Hall says just got Peter's first confirmation text now.
Oh no.
So
that's the issue.
Yeah.
You know what? Can you text from your phone number?
Yeah.
From your phone?
Yeah, I can do that.
Or from I could give you mine.
No, that's good.
You have that 425?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So
That's the issue. I'm sorry, guys. Well, Aaron, like I said, hey, you're not disqualified for the next one. And the good news is that it was given to the first person who won. That honestly makes me happy. I'm just glad that they didn't. But that's good to know. That's a very good thing to for us to learn and to see. That's what's going on. I get it now. I totally get it now.
We're learning too, guys.
Yeah. Well, and that's actually the reason, just to explain, next week I'm going to get a different phone number. I have the number, but I have to get it synced up with this account so that we can text with the number. But that's the exact reason that we're changing, because you can't, it will only send a certain amount of text over a period of time with the number that I have. And therefore, it fails at points like this where, if we get the updated number, it's going to be able to send more text in a less amount of time, and that'll be a lot better for us, because one of the things that we really wanted to do is be able to tell people, hey, like, now's the time, we're going live, or here we go. But what we realized was that it took so long for the text to actually get to people. It would be like 5 hours later, some of the people would get a text and they'd think, that was a long time ago when you did that. And I already missed it. Why are you telling me about it now?
Let's see here.
What you got going?
Well, Roxanne asks, how fast did you get mine? I'm in Massachusetts, and I got yours at 4:31.
I don't think it has to do with how far away you are.
Yeah, I don't either.
It just is a matter of, the server that we're using and the number that we're using and the telecommunications carriers and stuff like that. It's not about distance.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm gonna bring in this. This is my color that I've chosen for the house. It's a little bit brighter than what is on there, but I'm hoping that it kind of carries the feel of it. And isn't too crazy. Then I'm going to lighten it up slightly as it goes up. And in some of these places I might need to come back and try to darken it up. There's a couple places that it seems like it's in shadow next to some of the, I don't know, vertical things. This is gonna be crazy, guys. I think I feel like I'm not gonna take a break at all. I don't think I am. I don't think I have time to take a break. At the beginning of the night, I was like, oh yeah, I'll probably just paint for get a painting done, take a 5-minute break. I don't think that I will, because I don't think that there's enough time, and I actually think I'll be okay. the question is, will you?
I mean, I'll probably dip out to get something to eat in a second, or sometimes.
Hey, I wasn't talking to you, Peter.
Sure.
Now, these angles are something that you want to pay attention to. You don't have to have everything be bang on when you're painting like this, but it needs to be believable. You know, like, you need to have your angles be close enough to reality that you're believable. And whoopsie. Learning a little bit about perspective can be, pretty helpful in situations like this. And the reason that I have a little bit of a lighter color on this side is also because there's some reflected light on this from the sky that's over here. So by making this be kind of a little bit lighter, it's helping show that there is a little bit of reflected light on this. And we'll see, I might need to fill in some areas and might need to do some stuff there, but right now I'm gonna call that okay. I don't know if I'll call it good, but we're calling it okay. And right now we're okay with okay because we got paintings to paint, stuff to get done, and not a lot of time. So this is coming back to make some of these places just a little bit deeper, a little bit darker that need to be. Okay. And then up on top, it's actually going to do the opposite where it's going to get lighter and a little bit warmer. So I'm going to mix a little bit of yellow in that and a little bit of white. I'm going to see if we can make this needs to be significant, a little bit more significantly lighter and a little bit warmer again. So
Roxanne says, love the color, you got that perfect.
Oh, good. Glad somebody thinks so. I'm doing my best, but I'll kind of see as we go. Sometimes it's just trial and error. Put something down, change it, adjust it, make it right. And I think that needs to be a little bit cooler. Probably have a little bit too much yellow in there. So I'll come back and do a little bit more with a little bit cooler of a color. When I say cooler in this case, I'm just saying a little bit more blue, a little bit less of the yellow. Okay, now I also think I'm gonna change a little bit of that trim color on the building, on the house. This can be lighter for sure. All right, and that feels like more sunshine to me now. we got to get inside that window. There's let's see. Drape kind of falling down here, and then we'll turn a little bit of a shadow on this side, make it a little bit more blue.
So Zachary says he loves the green too.
Oh, thanks Zachary, appreciate that. Yeah, that's that phthalo blue again, you know. As I've been saying, it's crept back into my favorite, one of my favorite colors to use right now list.
Someone asks, hey Jed, will there be a module on painting snow?
Yeah, there is. There absolutely is coming up.
Yep.
I don't remember on the schedule when it is, but I think it's towards what would be our winter. I don't know where you're from, but if you're from Australia, it would be your summer, unfortunately. But our winter. So I think it's going to be about 5 or 6 months away.
Jim Towner says, love the trim and the sunshine. Zach loves hearing you mention him live.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, well, we're glad you're here with us.
Yeah. And then Tracy Gordon asks, joining for the first time from Canada, how do you decide on your base color? Hope this hasn't come up too many times.
Oh, okay. No, you're thinking about the black underneath.
Yeah.
Is what I'm thinking. No, we do talk about this, but it's okay. I don't mind answering that question again. Black is an easy color for me to paint on because I've done it so much. It's also symbolic to me of the hope that I have, because I feel like my life was falling apart and full of darkness, and I feel like God came into my life and brought hope and light. And so like painting on a dark surface to me is symbolic of I was addicted, and my life, my world was really falling apart, and I was given hope. And so anyways, that's the secondary reason of why I like painting on black, is that it reminds me that there is a very real hope in the world. And so for those two reasons, so two main reasons that I paint on black, it's kind of something that I'm familiar with, comfortable with, and I can do relatively quickly, and for the personal meaning that it has in my life.
Welcome to the stream.
Yeah, glad you're here.
Yeah, for the first time.
Welcome. Yeah, if you're just joining us, this is something that we do normally on Friday nights, and we do it for an hour and a half or so, and we've been doing it for a little while now, like weekly. But we decided to, since we also, I don't do a ton of instruction during these times. It's more of a hangout time, a little bit of get together. If you have questions, please ask. I'm happy to answer questions, but I'm not intentionally doing a lot of teaching. That's what we do on our site, acrylicuniversity.com. If you haven't been there, go ahead, check it out. We are actually receiving members right now for the next 3 days, and then we're going to close the doors again until September. So if you are interested in getting really good ongoing instruction, don't take my word for it. Let somebody who is part of it give testimony to it, because we believe in what we do. And look, it's time for somebody to win this next prize. So it's 5 o'clock.
Yep.
And man, that's telling me, dude, I do have to pick up my pace. I'm not even gonna stop painting right now. But we're gonna give away brushes.
Yeah,
we're gonna give away, and so a text is going out right now. If you get that text, make sure that you text back, and Peter's gonna do it not through our normal number, but through a different number that he will be able to get it to you right away, and you can respond right away back to him. It's going to be Peter, and so make sure that you're paying attention.
This is for, what is this for again?
This is for our set of brushes. We've got a bunch of set of brushes from Princeton. They're amazing. They're the brushes they're my go-to brushes, and it's for, if you're a member, you get a video critique of a painting or two, and then it's if you're not a member, it's going to be a monthly membership. What I mean by that is 1 month of membership. So actually, I'm just thinking here. It's 5. Okay, and last one was Laura Coleman, right? No, wait. Who was the one last time?
E-Hall. It just took time, remember?
It was E Hall.
I think so.
No, it was
No.
it was before her. It was. Sorry, E Hall, Aaron. If you got your hopes up there for a second. No, it was the first person had texted in. This is why we're writing it all down, because we know that it's.
Or Liz Hall. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Oh, Liz Hall. That's right.
Well,
Okay.
alley painting. Yeah.
Liz Hall. 2 halls in there.
Yeah,
That's what made that.
That's why it was.
Okay. And then, this is for.
Yeah, I got the winner. He texted
Oh.
back right away.
Okay, who's this?
John Baker.
John Baker. All right.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And that is for the month of membership. And I don't think you remember right now, John. So congratulations, and a pair of the coolest brushes around for acrylic painters. I don't know about other mediums in terms of these brushes. It does say oil and acrylic, but I can just say for an acrylic painter like myself, I have definitely fallen in love. And if you don't know my story, I am an ambassador for Princeton brushes, but it didn't happen in that order. I didn't fall in love because I became an ambassador. I fell in love with them, and then I happened to run into somebody through an online work group or something that said basically, hey, I work for Princeton and I'd be, we'd love to sponsor you or have you be an ambassador. And I'm like, really? Because I love your brushes. So I have no problem recommending them and being gung-ho about them, because I love them from the moment that I checked them out, and happy to recommend them.
Jill asks, my phthalo blue never comes out that color. Can you show that mix again?
This mix?
Yeah, I think.
I think it was just pretty much phthalo blue and white.
Yeah.
But I'll try to get back into it a little bit. I honestly am gonna be under the gun to get 5 paintings done in 6 hours, because I already can feel that I'm falling behind just a little bit here, because I've only got 2 hours left. No, I've got 3 hours left.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, I'm okay. all right. Yeah, but still, my last 2 paintings are gonna be they're the bigger. I mean, they're not huge, but 12 by 16 is slightly bigger than this, and so sheesh. I feel a little bit better though now that I realize that. 3 hours to do 2 paintings. Okay. I can relax a little bit. 2.5 paintings. I do have to be pretty decent on this. I could eat up a lot of time if I don't keep moving here. Yeah, so that color was pretty much phthalo blue here, like that, with some white mixed in. And that was, I'm pretty sure, just about what I did over here. I have mixed in a little bit of ultramarine blue now. It's kind of on my brush here and there, but that exact color that I think you were referring to was almost exclusively phthalo blue and white. And you know, you might be also, you know, just as a word, I noticed looking at my screen that the colors were a little bit different than what I see when I'm looking at my painting. So that could be happening with you too. You know, sometimes you might see something on TV or YouTube or something and you might go like, oh, that doesn't look like my colors. Well, it could potentially be just your screen and the loss of accuracy as something's getting changed into a digital format, you know. I don't know if that's the case, but it could be. Especially if you know, what's nice about being in person, you know, and the part of you know, looking over the shoulder and that kind of thing is you can see the actual color. You can mix the paint next to the other paint, you know, all that kind of stuff. In this situation, there's always the possibility that there's some loss in the transmission. But in general, I am a huge advocate for this because, I mean, as you guys can see, you're able to see my setup, the colors that I'm mixing, you're able to see how I'm putting it on, and unless I really lean forward like this, I'm not blocking your view and nobody else is.
Exactly. Allison Burris, welcome.
Hey, all right, Allison. Glad to have you.
Yeah.
Glad that all of you are here. We're super thankful for everybody who tunes in. Super thankful for our members. Super thankful for the visitors who come along who have never been around at all and then see something pop up and they're like, oh, I wonder what that is. We love having you here, and we welcome your comments, your ideas, your questions. I would ask for this: if you're having a good time and you're with us and you think that what Acrylic University does, what we do, it is worth supporting, or this video has been kind of fun, go ahead and click the like button on there. It helps us. Every once in a while, like what I've noticed is that we get random people who come on who say dumb things. They kind of like are just, I don't even know what's their motivation or anything like that, but they basically are like loud and they say stuff and then they dislike the video. You know, it's like, I don't even know who they are. I don't know why they're here. But they're like, oh, this is lame. This is stupid. And more often we have lots of people that are here the whole time. They love it. They are commenting. They're being excellent participants in what we're doing, but they don't actually like the button. They don't actually do that. So, yeah, go ahead and like the painting, like what's going on, like the video, but also subscribe to the channel and be updated in terms of what's going on. Stay in tune with what we're about and what we've got going on, because we're always looking to be better. We're looking to grow, and we love having you be part of what we're doing.
Yeah.
And I love this light that's shining through here. You know, that's one of the things about snow that's so beautiful, right? Is like you just get this incredible, brilliant light. Now I want to give you an update in case you're just joining us. Willow, in fact, maybe in a minute you can come back in here and bring silver. What do you think? But I'm going to give you an update that we are doing a 6-hour marathon, a painting marathon. And we are doing this because we love what we do. We love you guys. It's fun to hang out, and we have our doors open for Acrylic University right now, and it's a way to celebrate. We like giving stuff away, and so this is our way to say thanks. This is our way to have fun. And but if you're just learning about us and seeing what we're up to, make sure that you text your number in, or text in to the number that's scrolling across the screen with the word hello, and you will be automatically entered to win one of these paintings, because I'm giving away 5 paintings. We've already given away 2. Is that right? 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2. This is the 3rd painting out of 5, and that means there's 3 more. This one and 2 more after this that you have a chance to win. Plus, if you're into art or know somebody who is into art, and you think that they would benefit or want to be part of Acrylic University, we are giving away memberships, some monthly memberships, and we're also giving away some art supplies. So there's a lot of stuff that we're doing here, and all you have to do is send us a text that has your just the word hello, and then it's going to ask you for a name, and just stick with us. And all you have to do, every half hour we're giving a prize away, and when the painting is done, we give the painting away. So simple as that. So if you haven't done it, make sure that you send us that text right away. And Peter's prompt, when I hear that alarm go off, like, you know what? We've got 18 minutes right here before my next alarm's gonna go off at 5:30. So you're only 18 minutes away from the next prize, the next set of stuff, and probably sometime right around there we're gonna give this painting away. So you just got a lot of opportunities to win stuff today. And so I'm gonna stop talking now. But if you have questions, shout them out. I'm happy to answer.
Ooh, Merritt says, now that Island County is phase 2, any idea when classes will open up again?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I wish I could give you a better answer, but I really don't know. It's hard to keep track of everything. I don't know. Like, part of it is logistics for us is to do a class, how many people can we fit into our space, stuff like that. Like with the new rules, I don't know what that really looks like, and I haven't looked into tons of the details as of right now, so wish I could tell you more, but I don't have the information. Okay, gonna take a 20-second break here because we've got a special visitor. Actually, we've got 2. Okay, here's Willow, our daughter, and our cat, little kitty Silver. And Silver is he's just kind of a fun part of our family. Willow loves him. As you can tell, she's got him all wrapped up, and look, his eyes are closed. Oh, he just opened them a little bit, but he's a snuggly bug, and he's a fun little guy. And he's also a bit of a troublemaker.
Yes.
But we love him. We definitely love him. He is one loved cat. Okay, switch back here. And if you don't know, Peter is the dude. He's the guy on our chat that's chatting with you. He's our video guy. He's technology guy. He sets all our stuff up and he makes stuff work. And we really can't do what we're doing without Peter. So I know a lot of you already know him, but if you don't, give him a little shout out here as one of the amazing members of our team. And the other amazing member of our team, primarily maybe the most important person on our team, is Renee, my wife. She's the one who makes things happen, keeps things together, holds things together. We all have our role, and Renee has a very, very important, significant role in what we do. And my joke with her has always been that she keeps me on track and I keep her on edge. And that's a pretty true statement. So if you ever are thinking about you could always say a prayer for Renee. She has to live with me. And just give her patience, give her grace.
Yeah.
She has to put up with me day in and day out. Other people can turn me on. You know what? If they feel like there's something that I can offer them in terms of some instruction or something like that, Renee has to listen to me all the time. But you want to know the funniest thing? It's actually pretty funny. What she loves to hear from me more than anything is these 4 words. I'm wrong, you're right. And when I say I'm wrong, you're right, I get an immediate smile from her, and it's like music to her ears to hear my stubborn person come to that place to say that. So anyways, sometimes I just go around saying it just because I know that it makes her happy. I'm wrong, you're right. It's funny too how words like that can be so hard to say. You know, I don't know about you, but I'm a pretty proud person and pretty stubborn and stuff like that. And so it's actually pretty good to
Karina says every woman loves those words.
that's funny. Yeah, maybe that's the case. I don't know. Okay. This is fun, man. I'm having a blast. We've got these telephone poles that are in the sunlight, and they come all the way down. And one thing that I like to do, as a side note, is again carry a little bit of a transition in these. Change the color slightly as it comes down. Don't make it all the exact same. Now this one over here is another telephone pole, and I probably should do something with that, but I'm not going to right now. Okay, look guys, I'm falling behind again. Now I'm gonna have 2 paintings to do, and see, I start taking it easy, start relaxing too much. I'm just gonna have to do this background kind of fast. How's everybody doing now? Who's still hanging with us and feeling good about life right now? And who's dragging their feet and feeling like, man, I'm tired. I just want to go to bed. I want to take a nap. I want to get out of here. You don't have to respond if you're...
I mean, basically the same people.
That's funny.
Jill says wives are always right. Well,
Yeah, I know. That's the rule of
happy
thumb,
wife,
right?
happy life.
Yep.
Any answer on that phthalo blue yet? Yeah, earlier he said that it's basically just phthalo blue mixed with some white. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty much just phthalo blue mixed with white. And I was also saying that, I don't know if the color that you're seeing is totally accurate, just because there might be a little bit of change based on the video screen or whatever you're looking at. So just keep that in mind. If your color, you're saying, well, it just doesn't look the same. It might be the same, but it might just look different because you're looking at a screen, and mine is being changed a little bit. Is Judah with us?
He says stuff every now and then.
Oh, yeah?
He's still here though. I'm sure he is. Martha Tanner says Zach was sad to go to bed, but comforted that he can watch a replay.
Oh,
So
good.
And then Judah says yes, sir.
All right, Judah, nice. There we go.
Roberta says life is great. It all depends on what you tell your mind to believe.
Yeah. No, that's for sure. What you focus on has a big influence on you. Absolutely. Okay, now.
Roxanne says, are you kidding? It was my first day back to work today. This is so relaxing for me. I'm staying with you till the end.
Oh, awesome. First day back at work, huh? Wow.
Okay, so then Laura says, but the paint I buy comes in green or red shade.
Oh, okay, so you need phthalo blue green shade for sure to get this color. If you have red shade, it's not going to produce this color. I do know that much about the phthalo blue. I never really get that red shade one because it kind of defeats the purpose. I usually am looking for a green shade because my ultramarine is the other blue I use, and it's already going to be shaded towards red. So I'm really intentionally looking for a greenish blue, not a reddish blue in phthalo, if that makes sense. Yeah, man, I am feeling it right now. I'm gonna have to just keep powering through here. Stop thinking, stop looking too much. Paint.
Ian Hall says, I'm still here, but I haven't had dinner. 8:23 on East Coast.
Oh, man. You are powering through.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm right with you. I'm going to be going till 8 o'clock our time, and I don't think I'm going to eat anything besides these espresso beans. Just realizing that getting these paintings done is going to be a bit of a trick. Because I don't even know, man, I'm just going to be struggling there at the end. But thankfully, that last painting, I did kind of think about it because I have some buildings here in these middle paintings. But then after these middle paintings, I took out buildings. And I don't have really any buildings. And buildings, they're just a little bit more time consuming because you've got stuff that people recognize. It's just like painting a person. Anytime you put a face in a painting or something that's recognizable like that, I mean, you have to make it look somewhat accurate, or people will go, that's not a face, that doesn't look right, a building is kind of similar because it's like you've got straight lines and angles and things that if they're off, if they're significantly off, the average person can spot it in a second, and it just doesn't look right, and therefore they take a little bit longer. And so in my next couple paintings, I did kind of intentionally take out the buildings, and they're just scenes that are trees, and there's a beach, but okay, I'm getting close. Now what I think I'm gonna do on this sky, just for fun, I'm gonna turn it into yellow sky and give it a little bit more color than what is in the original. So here we go. Let's bring in this sky and make it yellow.
Michael asks, is your studio at the Camino Commons?
Yep, it sure is.
Yes, it is. Artie, I do not paint yet, but it's one of the things I definitely want to start. I would absolutely love to paint, and I know the course material in and out because I edited it. So
yeah,
it'd be a shame if I didn't make good use of it.
And let's say the other reason, Peter. What's the other reason that you might want to paint these days?
What is it? Oh, somebody special likes to paint.
Because somebody else likes to paint that he's kind of got a special place in his heart, and so he's got a little extra motivation to get his paintbrushes out. Maybe he could get, you know what, actually, Peter, is when we do open up the studio, you guys could have a little date night.
Yeah,
Come to a one of those classes, coffee and canvas class. That'd be fun. That'd actually be really fun, man. I hope that can work out where that happens sometime not too far away.
Hopefully people will go back to like.
Well, that's the thing. Like, honestly, like my hesitation with, yeah. It's okay, Renee.
She says that would be so fun. So there you go.
Oh, there we go. Awesome, yeah. But like my hesitation is like I'm not that. I feel like my perspective on things is I'm concerned for other people's health more than I am for my own. I feel like I'm I'm not at risk as much as somebody who has more health concerns, and so personally I'm not like over the top concerned for my own health, and I'm okay opening the studio up, and I'm okay having classes, but I don't know if other people are in the same place. And I know that for a class you basically have to sit there inside for a couple hours, like you're sitting there. And so I'm just like, will people want to come back to this kind of thing? Or is that going to be kind of like off limits for, I don't know. So that's like where I'm like, honestly don't know if classes as we have done them are even really going to be a big thing anymore. Okay, guys, I am behind now. Oh, I've still got 2.5 hours, but it's time to do another thing. But Peter just walked out of here. Hey, Peter. Oh man, he'll come back. He probably needed to use the restroom or something like that. So we'll just keep carrying on and talking for a little bit here. And then when he's back, we're going to call our next winner. So if you're here new and you don't know what's going on, make sure that you text in right now the word hello to my number, 425-800-8010. And that is going to be your entry into what we're doing, because we're giving stuff away. We're giving away brushes and art supplies. We're giving away memberships to Acrylic University, and we're also giving away these paintings. So this is going to be the next giveaway is going to be this painting right here, because the timing just worked out that this is on the 5:30. And so what we'll do is when Peter gets back in here, he'll pick out a random number, and you have to be with us. You have to be able to text him back, because he's going to text you from a different number that's going to get to you right away. And you just have to text back and tell us, yep, I'm with you, I'm here, and then this painting will be yours. And that's all there is to it. So we're loving giving stuff away today. We're loving having this time together. We love hanging out with people, and we're glad that you're with us. So thanks for being here, guys. And like I say, if you haven't texted in yet, do it now. This is a little opportunity while Peter's away to get into the competition or the contest or whatever you call it. It's not so much a competition, I guess. It's just you want to have your name, your number in there in the mix. And I'll call Peter in just a second here if he doesn't come in on his own. Okay, there you are. It's time, man. The alarm went off. No, I got you. No problem there. So Peter's back, and he's gonna dial up a number here, and he will text you in just a matter of seconds. And if you get a text from him, make sure that you write him back right away, because if you don't write back, we don't know that you're with us, and we're gonna move on and check in with somebody else who will, be there. So make sure right now you still have a chance. Did you select the number?
Yeah, I did. I'm gonna send it out right now.
Okay, the text is being sent, but if you're texting him right now, don't worry. We've got two more paintings after this to give away, and several more prizes. Now, if you've already texted in, you don't need to text in again. We have your number saved, and we have it's going to draw at random from the full list every time. And so if you've texted in earlier on, don't worry about thinking that you have to text in every time we do this. It's the same list that we're going to draw from, and if you were here at the beginning and you texted in, you're good to go for the whole night. The only caveat is that you have to stay with us.
What is this for?
This is for this painting right here.
Sent out the text, and
Okay, we'll hear back here in a minute, and
we should.
just sent it back.
John Baker replied immediately last time.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think it made a big difference switching our approach to that other number. We texted the first time we texted from a number that it actually delayed. We didn't know, but our text was delayed, and then we were like giving people a time limit to respond to us. We didn't know that they weren't even getting the text for about 10 minutes or 20 minutes or something like that. So we texted 4 people before we realized, oh, the first person texted back and said, I just got your text.
Gene Hudson asks, how do you seal your paintings?
I think you mean varnish them or something like that,
yeah.
which I use. I have a couple different varnishes that I use. One is a spray-on type of varnish, and I use that if it's a bigger painting, something that's a little bit more like 16 by 20 or larger, and anything that's smaller, like 12 by 16 or smaller, I will brush on. I've got a, and I can pull them up. This is, no, not that one. Shoot, where is it? I don't actually know where they are, but I can show you. Here's an example of the spray-on kind of varnish. That's one type. They're all kind of similar and kind of work the same, but different brands, different things like that. But it's just a nice spray-on varnish. Those are nice because I never worry about brush strokes and stuff like that.
There's a brush on it.
Oh, okay. Here's the brush-on kind. My wife actually had it. This is Liquitex Glass Medium and Varnish, and that's what I will use for brushing on. So there you go. Okay, now I really do have to be done with this paint. I'm taking too long, but this is fun. See if I can get a little bit of that house color in here. Too bright. Okay. Any answer back, Peter?
Not yet.
Okay, so I think we're gonna give another second here and then we're gonna move on. I hope that we don't have the same kind of situation where we have to text a bunch of people. Come on, if you're out there and you are hanging in the shadows, make sure you check your phone to see if Peter just texted you, because somebody just got a text from Peter and somebody is in line to win this painting, and we need to hear back from you or else we're going to move on to the next person in line. Okay. I am going to put on the last couple brush strokes here and be done with this so that I can move on to the next couple paintings, as we've got more ground to cover. I can't believe it. We've done 3 paintings so far. Already given 3 paintings away, given away we've given away a couple courses, we've given away a few months of membership, and we've given away like probably, I don't know, like 10 brushes or something like that. So we're having lots of fun, and I hope you are too, and we're glad that you're with us. Peter has something to say.
Barbara asks, how did you choose the yellow for the sky?
How did I choose? I just didn't want to paint it blue because there's quite a bit of blue down here, and I was kind of thinking, I think it's the same blue. I was gonna use phthalo blue on the sky, and then I just thought, maybe that'll be kind of boring if I use the exact same blue. And I like having warm colors in the painting, and I thought that might be a good way to get a nice warm color. So that's the basic reason I did that. How did I choose yellow though? I guess when I'm thinking about warm colors stuff, I know that I've done yellow in skies before, and I kind of like the way that it looks. That's probably the other reason.
Should I move on? Text the next person?
Yep, text the next person, and I'm gonna move on to the next painting.
Want me to switch the reference photo?
Go ahead, switch the reference photo over. Thanks, man. Okay, there we go. So you might be getting a chance at this because the first person did not respond, and we're moving on. Moving on to the next one. So, very, very fun. It's kind of hard to represent what that is there, because it's a fence, a chain link fence with some stuff coming through, and in a short amount of time, without taking too long, it's kind of a tall order. What I am gonna do, I get caught up in being a perfectionist here a little bit, man. Gonna grab a little bit more of this color, fill in just a little bit of. Okay. Done. Move on. Okay, look at this. I just got a little bit of paint on here. Now, this next painting is, I'll show you a big version of it. So you can see this is actually close to our house. A beach that we like a lot. It's a park, and very beautiful place. And this was last year. Just thinking, I think it was like in maybe October or something like that. But a beautiful, beautiful night where we weren't even sure if there was gonna be much of a sunset because it was quite cloudy. And then all of a sudden, that happened, and it was just like, whoa, this is incredible. So, I mean, the picture might not look like that much, but
Okay, so we do have a winner.
all right, we got a winner.
K is the winner.
K.
Last name is K.
Okay, you are the winner. Now we're gonna need your address and last name and all that kind of stuff. So go ahead and stick with us and give us that information. But congratulations to Kay for winning that last painting of the snowy alley.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's a really nice painting, Jed.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. So fun, man. I love doing this, and I think, you know, we're really glad that you're with us. We love sharing what we're doing, and we love encouraging people. The thing that I get so encouraged by is seeing, for one, we have the opportunity of seeing people grow in their art. Like some people who, you know, come hang out with us, become part of Acrylic University, become members. They sometimes they haven't painted for a long time, or maybe sometimes they are really into art and they're just wanting to grow. There's something that they see that they're like, okay, maybe they're like me, where they're trying to work in acrylics and they don't have that many good people to look up to who work in acrylics that do stuff that they want to do, and they see something that I do and they think, oh, like I want to paint like that. And so they come on, they've been painting a lot, but they're just like honing their skills and they're getting better and they're doing that. And then we have other people who either haven't painted at all or they haven't painted forever, and they feel really kind of intimidated to start. They don't know if they have what it takes, that kind of thing. And in all those cases, we just get so excited to see people taking steps of courage as creative people, because man, we see people grow tremendously. It's so fun. We have student shows. We had our first student show in the spring, and just going through and seeing what everybody had done. I mean, it's like, we were so proud of everybody. I'm not joking. Like, yeah, we sit back sometimes and we go, like, isn't this incredible? Look at what so-and-so did here. I mean, it's honestly, it's like, it's really fun for us. So thanks for being part of Acrylic University, and thank you for, you know, I don't know, just doing your best and growing and all the stuff that you do, because it's fun for us. We appreciate being able to be part of your life and see what you're doing, and, you know, maybe have a very small impact or be able to encourage somebody. But it's fun. It's really fun for us. This is an interesting log here. Kind of like, I love these old logs, like some of these old driftwood logs, all sometimes waterlogged, just sitting there, but so interesting and so fun if you can kind of capture the feel of them. They're quite fun to paint, but they're not necessarily easy to paint. You have to kind of keep a little bit of perspective, get the lighting on them, you know, make sure that you've got some of those things looking kind of accurate and good. But if you can do that, man, they're really quite fun to paint.
Dennis Redmond says, "Hey Jed, a huge thank you for including me. I'm excited to learn from you."
Oh, awesome, Dennis. So glad that you're part. Yeah, we glad. Love bringing new people on, and I know that there's some people that have been signing. We had some, I see people come on, and then I see them starting their journey, and that's what we call the membership track. Is I think it's called For the Love of Acrylics, but I think the subtitle is something like Your Creative Journey or something like that. Of course, I don't remember what I probably called it, but it is a journey. And when people come on, we ask them questions like, what do you want to grow in? What are your goals? You know, because we want to know, for one thing, overall, like, what are people wanting to grow in the most? Then we can shape courses, we can build things out in a way that can kind of meet that demand and meet those goals and try to help people. And so it's like on a corporate level, we can look and say, boy, a lot of people are saying this, but we can also look at it individually and say, oh, you know, this person really wants to grow this way. You know, what can we do? How can we come alongside and encourage them? Because, you know, everybody has a different thing that they're wanting to do. Some people want to become a professional artist, and some people want to just start and have like the ability to paint something that they could give to their grandchild or to somebody that they care about. You know, like there's no one thing that motivates everybody. We're all kind of coming at it from our own personal place, and we just love being able to look at everybody and see people take those strides forward wherever they are. And this kind of rock, it's like a sandy wall here. It's got some grass growing out the side of it and stuff like that, but it's kind of a gray sand, but I'm mixing up some different colors that are grayed down versions of greens and violets and different stuff like that, because again, it's kind of fun to see some variety, and we're gonna get a little bit of reflected light, but a lot of that's a contrast to the very warm sky. And so mixing it up and having that interest of variety in there is helpful. And Peter's sticking with me, man. Like, Peter, he only just left the room to get a little sandwich or something, but he's sticking this whole thing out too. This is the marathon if you're just joining us, man. Yeah, live streaming is pretty fun, isn't it?
I live stream with lunch.
You do.
So Hudson said, "You are so motivational. COVID grounded me. Jen inspired me. I can't stop painting now."
Oh, that's so awesome.
I know.
Who's that?
Gene Hudson.
Oh, that's so great. So glad to hear that, Gene. I know, well, I think that this time has been tricky. It's been hard. It's been like really, like, what do we do with our time? A lot of times people are stuck. Don't have their normal routines that they can do. They can't go to their normal places, all that kind of stuff. What can we do? Well, one of the really cool things about art is I remember just early on, like very early on in the whole thing, I just remember thinking I'm so thankful that I have art, because art is a very, easy thing to do at home, and it occupies you for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's like I can just stay home and I can paint and I'm fine. That's a gift.
Carol says, "I'm impressed with the ease you've shown in this marathon."
The ease? What do you mean the ease? I'm stressing out. Just joking. No, it's fun. I have to say that my sister yesterday, she was saying you should not do 5 paintings. You should either do 4 or you should do 6. And I said, no, I think I want to do 5. I like the number 5 and I'm not going to do 5. And I'm really glad I didn't say 6. 4 would have been kind of reasonable, man. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, 5, I'm going to do it and we're going to get done here. But and I think I'll be fine, actually. I think it's actually pretty good estimation of time that it's going to take, but at the same time, you can't dilly-dally, like you really can't take too long, take too many breaks or anything like that.
Denver says, "Have to go soon. It's almost 9 p.m. in Michigan."
Oh yeah, Denver, totally understand that. That's cool. I didn't know where you were. Michigan. Well, we were just underneath you there in Indiana for 8 years, where we lived in Indianapolis. Where in Michigan are you? I've been to, like, probably the farthest north I was Ludington. Farthest, well, I guess we did drive up that's more into Canada on the east side, because we had some friends up in the Toronto area, and we did drive up there through Detroit and cross that long bridge into Canada. But on the west side, I'm thinking that the farthest north we went was Ludington. Renee has some relatives in Holland, Michigan. Well, actually, I shouldn't say Holland. It's Hudsonville. It's close to Holland, maybe a half hour away. But I was talking with a friend yesterday, and we were saying something about, he was commenting on, I can't remember how we were talking about it, but I said something about living in the Midwest, and he said, well, the reason you live in the Midwest is for the people. And I said, man, that's the truth, isn't it? I said, like, why do you say that? And he's not from there or anything, but he's spent enough time with people from the Midwest that he's like, man, there's just something about, like, the Midwest hospitality. People are really nice. Conversations are pretty easy to have, and it's interesting how every area of the country kind of has something that it's known for. And there's almost a personality that comes. You know, he was also saying, because he's shown dogs. He's a professional dog like handler, and shows dogs at events. Like if you've ever seen the movie Best in Show, that's what he does. And I was asking him about that. I'm like, hey, what do you think of this movie? Is that an accurate thing? He's like, that's exactly what it's like. It's kind of funny. But he's been all over. He's been in every, spent time in every state, shown dogs all over. And so he's got an interesting perspective on the country and what people are like all over.
Jill says, going on 9 p.m. here in Pennsylvania, made it 4 hours. Gotta go. See you next Friday. Have a great weekend.
Okay, see you, Jill. Have a good night. Thanks for sticking with us so long. Have a great rest of the weekend too.
And then Denver says, Michigan, Midland, the home of Dow Chemical.
Okay, Midland, I'm guessing, is the town. Home of Dow Chemical. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, it's always interesting too to me how many things there are that I've never really heard about, like Dow Chemical. I don't know what that is, but probably a pretty significant business and industry, and especially for the area to have that in their vicinity, probably employs a lot of people. And yet most of the country probably doesn't really know about it. I just think it's interesting to talk to people and hear what they do for a living or stuff like that, and realize like, oh, there's like all these small sub worlds, like where somebody works in this industry that you've never heard of. But I mean, you've heard of the industry probably. Like for instance, one time I remember talking to a guy from Vancouver, BC, and I was like, what do you do? And he said he worked with companies that imported like animal food or something just like, it was such a niche market, but that was what he did. And he had a really specific role that you just think, well, yeah, I guess like now that you mention it, somebody needs to do that part of that industry. And I never had thought of that industry even existing, really. Like you just like don't think about it, and there's a whole little subworld related to it.
Denver says, Dow Chemical is the biggest moneymaker in the state of Michigan, more than GM or Ford. I worked as a draftsman for Dow for many years, but my love is art.
Oh, really? That's so interesting. So, and I mean, to be honest, I probably have heard of Dow Chemical, but I mean, I'm also not the best indicator of whether something is big or not. Like I'm probably pretty ignorant of a lot of things.
Steven Jensen asks, how many cups of Starbucks did he drink before painting?
Sheesh. That's funny. Yeah, no, it's this, Steven. It's not cups of coffee, it's the espresso blend of caffeinated pills. Oh man. Steven's one of our friends. Oh boy, there we go. Look at that, guys. It is 6 o'clock. That means that we've got 2 more hours and we've got another prize to give away. So we are going to give away another. We were looking for something else that we could give away, but we didn't really have a good set of paints around handy that we really felt like. So we're just gonna keep giving away these brushes because we do have a bunch of sets of these. These are my favorite brushes, the Polytip from Princeton, and they're just a great brush. And so we're gonna give that away. And if you're a member, you will also get a video critique from me on your paintings, plural, up to 2 or 3 paintings, and you will get, if you're not a member, you can get a month of membership, which will give you access to all of our courses, all of our lessons, and pretty dang awesome. So Peter's gonna choose a random. This is for a month membership.
Okay.
Who was the last one?
Last month membership was John Baker, I think.
No, who was the last? Who won the? Oh, the painting was the last. Who won that painting?
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Yep.
And did she get you your last name?
Yep, she got my last name or address. We're all set up.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so Peter's gonna pull a number here, and he'll text you right away. And
yeah, I have the number. I'm gonna text him right now.
okay, there we go. You should be getting a text from him if it's you that won, and just jump right back, text him right back, and confirm that you are with us, and we'll congratulate you on your victory. So if you're just joining us, this is our 6-hour painting marathon. We're giving away, I'm painting 5 paintings in 6 hours, and we're giving all of them away. This is a painting from a beach close to our house. In fact, in the reference, if you see somebody walking there, that is my beautiful wife, Renee. We were there, this is like last October or something like that. The sunset was absolutely crazy gorgeous. The whole sky was lit up with orange. You can see it reflecting off the water. I'm not there yet with in my painting to bring out that color yet, but my goodness, it was something else. And but we're giving away paintings, and you can enter right now by texting the word hello to my number 425-800-8010, and you'll be entered automatically to win this painting, the next painting after that, and also to win some of the prizes that we're giving away, because we're giving away stuff like paintbrushes, art supplies, and memberships to Acrylic University, where you can learn how to paint. You can learn nuances of how to paint, and you can grow in community and all sorts of cool stuff that we do on a regular basis there, that we don't want you to miss out on. But that's why we're giving away memberships. And if you're already a member, you can win video critiques of your work and get personalized feedback from me, which is actually, dang, I gotta say, that's a bigger prize. But you have to be a member to get that, because why it's a bigger prize? Because it takes time, takes personalized effort to look at your work and then give you some real good thoughts that will hopefully help you, gain an understanding there. Which, by the way, if you want that and you don't win, but you're like, man, I really would like that, you should consider doing that with Diana Shine, who is also a wonderful, wonderful artist and friend, and teaches here with Acrylic University, but she has a ongoing monthly kind of class that you can be part of that's personalized for you. And you can get her feedback on your work. She'll sit down with you virtually and give you feedback and hear what your goals are and hear what you're wanting to do and set up a individualized set of lessons on a weekly basis where she'll give you some stuff to work on. You'll do that the first week. You'll have another meeting the next week. She'll give you the second week's set of lessons. So every week you're getting to talk with her and you're getting a unique, personalized set of lessons. Now this is $325 because you're getting that personalized attention, but I have to say it's the people who are going through it are ecstatic about it and they're growing in ways that you just really don't really do that quickly on your own. It's like taking your learning to the next level of just efficiency and going, let me get somebody else's thoughts on where I'm at, what I'm learning, what I'm doing. So if that's interesting, I highly recommend it. Diana is a wonderful teacher. And I think we also offer through her, if you go on our site, I think you can also get the individual like painting kind of critiques like I was just talking about too. So I'm throwing those people in there into this painting. I added a person. See how well I can cut them out. Peter's getting some messages going on here, so he's trying to hear back. I don't know.
We heard back from the membership. Esther. Well, Nat.
Okay, Esther won.
Yep, she won the membership.
Okay, all right.
Just kind of typing.
Congratulations, Esther. How awesome is that? That's great. Like I said, I'm just going to say it to you, Esther. Congratulations. We're glad that you were with us and able to do that. I'm going to jump right back into the painting, but if you haven't been really here for very long, know that I still have 2 paintings that I'm giving away. Going to be painting for another 2 hours almost, an hour 45 minutes, hour 50 minutes. Giving away 2 more paintings, the one that I'm working on right now and then one after that. Plus, we still have other good prizes. We're giving away brushes and we're giving away memberships to Acrylic University and we're giving away video critiques from me. So stay tuned and be part of this. We're just having a good old time, and I suppose we're probably having a little of a transition from East Coast people towards West Coast people. I'm guessing. I don't know if that's happening, but I'm thinking more West Coast people are probably able to join as it gets more like into after work hours and stuff like that, and more East Coast people are probably like, I'm tired, I'm going to bed. And we're just here rolling. Tired? Huh?
What's tired?
What's that?
That's like Judah. Every time we play something after church.
Yeah. Tired? Yeah.
E-Hall says East Coasters are diehards.
Oh man, that's what we like to hear. We need some East Coasters to just stick it out and just be like, man, I am staying the whole time. I know it's a little bit unfair, I suppose. It's hard to always know, like, when do you do these kinds of things? No, nothing works perfectly for everybody, right? Like you just have to choose a time and go with it. It was interesting for me when I've only been to Hawaii once, but I remember when we were there realizing, oh wow, we're even 3 more hours behind. And like I remember watching football and seeing like somebody oh boy, I don't know what's going on, but Renee and Peter laughed.
Watching our live stream, they posted it on Facebook.
Oh really? Somebody's cat?
Joe's pretty white kitty.
Oh really? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. We should bring Silver out again so that they can meet. Oh, that's awesome.
Maybe he's waiting for Silver.
Oh, that's so funny. Well, Joe, we'll try to grab Silver here when we can. I don't know where Willow is, and I don't know where they are, but Renee was just showing us a photo of Joe's cat watching the live stream, and she said maybe he's, or she, I don't know, is waiting for Silver to come back. And Silver, of course, if you don't know, is our cat that we've shown a couple times today already. And Willow, our daughter, will maybe bring him back in, but that's funny. I love it. But what I was saying is that in Hawaii, I remember like it was Sunday, and I remember turning on the TV and realizing that all the football games were like over. You know, it's like, whoa, we're way behind over here in Hawaii. Also, I'm sure that lots of you have been to cool places, but what are some of the cool places that you are like, man, if I could go back there, that'd be the place I'd go back. I loved it and I want to go back.
San Francisco.
Oh yeah, San Francisco.
Or the Grand Canyon with more time to like hike it.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't even hike at all, did we? I mean,
no, we did. I mean, we were originally
So-
planning to hike it.
but then it was so dang cold and it was a long hike.
And they also told us, somebody told us they were like, if you're gonna hike it, you're gonna want crampons or whatever.
Oh
Or
yeah.
something like that. And then we saw people march into the thing to go hiking, and they were wearing like spikes on their shoes and stuff. And we're like,
That's right. Well, remember it was just snow.
yeah.
Like it wasn't.
And ice.
Yeah, it was
on the
snow and
path.
ice everywhere on the paths, and we were kind of like, ooh, I don't want to get too close to the edge because I'm gonna fall off.
Yeah.
Yeah, things we didn't know about the Grand Canyon.
Laura says, I'd love to go back to Tanzania. I don't know how you say it.
Tanzania?
Tanzania. Oh, yeah, the D is extra. Or a typo. But she says, I'd love to go back to Tanzania and climb Mount Kilimanjaro.
Oh man,
That would be awesome.
that'd be cool.
Ellen says Australia. Janet says Northwest Ireland or Southwest. Jim Towner. Martha says northern coast of Spain, best kept secret.
Oh really?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Northern coast of Spain. I'm gonna have to write these down, guys.
I know. That's why we ask these questions, is because we want your insider information.
Joan says Barcelona, Spain. Jason says, I love your paintings today. Very nice job. We were just at that beach last week.
Yeah.
Signing off. Love you, brother.
Okay, love you, dude. Thanks for being here. Yeah, this is a beach right here on Camino Island.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful little place.
Jen says Yellowstone.
Oh yeah.
Donna, New Zealand. Sherry, Amsterdam. Merit says Vietnam.
Whoa, yeah. Isn't it interesting too? Like, I mean, such variety in the places. Like, it's not like everybody said, oh, the exact same place. It's like all over the world, different countries, places that are close by. The world is actually pretty amazing. So many beautiful places. Yeah, if you're just joining us, make sure that you send in your phone number. I mean, send in the word hello to us at our phone number, if I could speak what I mean.
He's getting tired, everybody.
Yeah. Send in the word hello to 1-425-800-8010, like it says on that rolling text thing there, and you'll be entered automatically to win a painting or one of the other prizes that we're giving away. And the next one's going to be coming up in about 15 minutes or so, maybe even less. We give them away every 30 minutes, giving something away.
Carol says Milan, Rome, Florence, Venice,
Woo!
Italy. Mary D says San Juan Islands, Australia, New Zealand, Edinburgh, Scotland.
Oh man.
Cinque Terre, Italy. Linda Smith says St. Petersburg, Russia.
Oh man, that's cool. How
Some travelers.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was just thinking too. Like a lot of variety there. And a lot all over the world. I have never been outside of North America. I mean, Hawaii, I still would count as North America. That's the farthest, kind of outside of that. I mean, I've been to Mexico, been to Canada, lived there, but never been to Europe, never been to Australia, never been to Asia, never been to South America. So there's a lot of the world that I could find very interesting and would love to travel. In fact, it was one of these, right, where somebody was like, hey, Jed, you should plan a trip to like Italy or something like that. If you plan a painting trip, we'll go. Yeah. We'll be with you. That sounded pretty cool.
Rally the troops.
Yeah. We'd be up for that, man. That'd be so fun. Then our other thought was if we could get a camper or something, like get an RV and go travel around the United States and do our Friday Night Lives from wherever people are and plan paint like classes and do all that stuff. That'd be pretty fun too. Now that we've had Willow out of school for the last couple months, I feel like both Renee and I are like, we're like, oh, homeschooling felt like a foreign world. Like we never would have done it. We never would have thought about doing it, really that seriously, because just too hard, too, crazy. Now we've basically done it. I shouldn't say we. Renee has basically been homeschooling Willow, and now it's kind of like, yeah, I feel like it's not that unrealistic to say we could do a big long road trip or something like that and journey around, end up different places.
Yeah, that'd be so cool.
Wouldn't that be crazy?
Year 2 Acrylic University.
I know.
The road tour.
Yeah. It would be fun, man.
Yeah, it would.
Okay, I'm gonna try to get rid of some of the black in this middle area, because what I want is that to be pushed back into the background a little bit more. And the way I'm gonna do that, one of the main ways, is by making it less the values come together a little bit, like not the extreme darks that the foreground's gonna have. Peter, was that food good for you, man?
Yes.
Good.
I was starving, bro.
Yeah.
Doug Greenman says first stop Montana, of course.
Of course, Doug.
Yeah.
That's a
close.
given. Yeah. Well, for sure. I mean, it would be very interesting to think through where would you go and the kind of the order that would make sense. I mean, because I guess you would. I mean, one of the things that I'm thinking about doing, I'm going to we're going to go to Indianapolis. My brother has asked me to come. He's got a work project that he's going to do, and I told him that I'd do it. It's in September, and the timing coincides with a plein air event that I've been part of in the past and would like to do again. And so we're thinking about like doing a little bit of what I was talking about, like renting or maybe borrowing. We might have access to an RV that we could take as a family, and bring it to Indiana, and then maybe take it from there down to California, because there's another plein air event that I got accepted to down there, which would be really cool to go to also. And that one is kind of pretty close to after the event and everything would end in Indianapolis. So it feels like, we could potentially just like get in the thing, go to east, go to Indianapolis, and then when that's over, hop over to California. I say hop, but we all know it's more like a long drive.
Long drives are the best.
Yeah, it'd be pretty fun.
Have you ever seen those people that convert Sprinter vans? Like they turn it into... Yeah.
Oh yeah. They're legit, man. Those... Yeah, in fact, one of my... He passed away this like a month or two ago, but he had one of those, and he was an artist friend from Indiana, and he would take that to every event, and he would just sleep in it. And he had all his painting stuff. He had like all this storage, and he had actually 2 beds in it. So he would stay in it, and he had another good friend that they would kind of share that one of them would be in one of the beds and the other would be in the other bed, and they would just go all over together. It was so cool.
Becca says, I've seen fireworks in Japan too. Incredible.
Oh.
5 exclamation marks. I'm jealous.
Wow. How did you bring that up now? That's crazy. That was like early on in our conversation.
Yeah. Is that just coincidence, or?
I know. Or was that like, were you holding on to that, or did it somehow just show up right now? I'm very curious about that. Or maybe you started watching and started at the beginning or something and caught that, and then it's kind of fast forwarded. But that's pretty interesting, yeah. So we can take Peter's word on that. We have another witness.
Exactly.
Okay, now we're getting into fun stuff here, where we're gonna get into some fun colors and the sky that's just tremendously lit up and brilliant. And I'm gonna exaggerate a little bit of this, like some bushes coming off the edge of that, because I think I want it to just be a little bit more interesting up there. Yeah, if you're just joining us, this is painting number 4 out of 5, and I'm giving all of them away. And this is to celebrate the opening of Acrylic University's membership, which is our training platform where we teach people how to paint, and we provide as much value to people as we possibly can at the best, best price, best value. We want people to grow. We don't want people to be held back because of money. We actually have a scholarship program where if you really want to be part, but you're like, man, I just don't know if I can afford that, we want to hear from you. We want you to write us and say, we've got an application on our site, because we know that, like I said already tonight a few times, but art is a gift. And we know that some people, the amount that we charge is like nothing. And it's kind of like, oh my goodness, I can't believe how inexpensive this is. But for other people, it's too much. And we don't want people to be held back for that, and that be the only reason. So anyways, we have scholarships. If you're somebody that would love to be part, but you're going, I just don't know, we want you to know that we care, and we want you to feel free, and we welcome your application. It's very simple form on our website. Fill it out and we'll look it over. And I don't honestly think that there's been really anybody that we've ever said it's not going to work. If you're willing to put in some time, some effort, we'll make a way that we can figure this out, right? So don't hesitate to reach out. But if you're wanting to take the next step in your art and you're looking for a way to do that, then this is the last chance for you to be part of Acrylic University. We don't have open enrollment all the time. This is the last time until we open the doors back up in September or right before September. So take advantage of it now. Be part of us. We have the best members in the world, man.
Yeah, we do. Best community in the world.
It's awesome. You know what I just heard? My stomach just growled. Hey man, that's telling me that we're on painting number 4 of 5. So that's good. I'm glad. It'd be a bummer to have my stomach be really growling or something and we're like on painting number 2 or painting number 1. I think I'm gonna make it, guys. I think so. And you know what? I haven't even had a complaining thought in my heart. It's been too much fun. So I'm gonna let this dry in here because there's more room for this to become really brilliant and beautiful and colorful in this sky. And so I'm gonna come and do my final little things here to get rid of some of the black, and then I'm gonna let this dry, and then we're gonna come back later and we're gonna do our final coat over the sky, and we're gonna see how just some of the beautiful colors that we're gonna be able to bring in. And when it's all covered up, all the black is covered up, hopefully that's going to really stand out as a, yeah, I'm actually really excited. This is going to be a nice little painting here. So if you want to win this painting and you just arrived somehow, please make sure that you text us.
Yeah.
The word hello, just the word hello. Don't get mixed up and put in other words or anything like that. Just text us the word hello. That's going to automatically enter you into winning this painting. And when you get that, oh, look at that. Our next giveaway is happening right now. It is 6:30,
Right now.
which means we've got an hour and a half left. We've got 3 more giveaways, and Yeah, you were doing mine right now. I know.
You gotta give the context.
Oh man, yeah. Well, we do this thing every night at dinner. Pretty much every night we do something called highs and lows, and we say, okay, like basically it starts with one of us goes, puts their finger on their nose, and then the last person to put their finger on the nose has to go first, and we do highs and lows. And you basically say you start with your low, then you say your high of the day, then you say your looky fofo, and that means what you're looking forward to. It's our little game that we play as a family. And Peter knows, he was laughing because every time it's my turn, I say like my low. If I have a low, I say it. But then my high is always I say right now, and I because honestly it is my high to be together as a family and to be able to spend time. So but everybody like says you can't say that that's your high because you have to come up with something new. But anyways, Peter I said right now, and so he was giving me a little bit of hard time over there. But it is time to give this away. So Peter's got somebody that he's texting right now. And this is going to be, again, you're going to win 2 of my favorite brushes. We've got these packs of Princeton brushes. They're so awesome. And then we've got either a monthly membership for you. And actually what we're going to do, this will be the last month membership, and then if you're a member, you're gonna get a video critique. So that's gonna be awesome. And so stick with us. If you're getting text right now from Peter, you'll get a text. Just make sure you text him right back. And I'm gonna carry on with this painting here. And I'm looking at the colors that I've got going on, and I knew that I changed the color of the C over here.
What was that one for again?
This is for membership and brushes. But I'm gonna come over here now, and I'm actually gonna bring in some of this violet because I think this is gonna help tie it in a little bit better than the green. So if you want to be part of this, make sure that you send us your hello to our phone number there, and we'll enter you automatically into what we got going on. We've still got several prizes to give away, and this painting and one more after this, and that's going to be our 6 hours. We're on like hour 4.5 right now. We're done with 4.5 hours, and this is coming up. I'm going to start my last painting here in a little bit, and this has been good times. Good times were had by all. And these logs down here are pretty, in my opinion, man. I just love these driftwood logs. So cool. And the way that they kind of reflect this bright light here. If you've already entered into this, there's no need to text us back because we just keep the same list and we draw from that list. So if you were here at the beginning and you entered you sent us that text, you're already automatically entered. But if you're brand new, make sure that you do text us because that's how you get entered into winning any of these prizes. And it's also just full disclosure, I mean, that's how we tell people about what we're doing. So like when we do the next week's, in fact, I didn't even send out a text this week. I don't know if you know that, Peter, but dang, we never even sent out a text.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to set up that keyword, which failed first time. But anyways, got a winner?
Well, yeah, we got a winner for the brush and the membership. And then Laura Azeltine asks, is this Barnum Point?
This is Barnum Point, yes.
Sure is.
It sure is Barnum Point. One of the coolest beaches around. And great park to go for a hike, walk your dog. All sorts of people use it. All sorts of good trails to run on. Okay, so
Jan Young says, good times watching you paint these magnificent paintings.
oh, thanks, Jan. I hope it's fun for people. It's fun for us. Bringing in a little bit of this violet here. Maybe a little bit more blue violet for a second, but and maybe switching it more to the phthalo color here, but some interesting bluish tones down here at the bottom.
Sounds like a typewriter in the background. Yeah.
That's Peter.
Yeah, I'm sending out texts and looking at chat and, you know, all that stuff.
Peter, we've got a, what do you call that kind of keyboard, Peter?
Well, this is a membrane. This isn't actually mechanical.
Oh, it's not.
It's just noisy.
But it works kind of like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It's kind of like a mechanical keyboard, but it's my poor man's version of a mechanical keyboard. Peter's got the real version probably, but you can type way faster on it.
Yeah.
Anything to be more efficient, right? Like
Seriously. Viewer asks, regarding your reference photos, do you enhance them in Photoshop?
this one, I might have toned up the because this one was so, I would say this one is like toned down compared to reality. Reality of that night was so crazy. I mean, you can't even begin to, manufacture the colors that were there. I would have to know a lot more about Photoshop than I do to be able to bring out all the colors that are there, and probably know a lot more about taking pictures and that to actually be able to capture what was going on that night. So in this case, I think that this is less brilliant than reality, and that's what I think most of the time. Most of the time, if I manipulate a picture in Photoshop, a lot of the times it's just to try to get the picture back to what it actually looked like in person. Because you know how that is. I mean, you take a picture, you're at a beach, you see a sunset, you take a picture, you go home, you look at your picture, and the picture is like really non-interesting compared to what it was like. And so That's what I do a lot. So in this case, I do think that I might have brought up the saturation level a little bit in the photo, but I honestly would say that it's not even up to what it looked like. I mean, that sky was incredibly beautiful and hard to. I mean, when we were there that night, I mean, we just were awestruck and just kind of over and over just going like, I can't believe this. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. So I'm gonna bring in a little bit of highlight color in here just to add that bit of color before I bring in some lighter highlights into that sky. But what you're seeing, again, I'm looking at what you're looking at in the video camera, or at least on my screen in front of me, and I'm like, you know, I don't know. The colors that you see might be a little bit exaggerated from what I'm looking at in my painting. I don't know. I don't know for sure if it's just my monitor or if it's actually reality. I can't totally tell. But there is a chance that what you're seeing is a little different than what I am looking at on the canvas. So we have a winner, right? You already said we have.
And her cat signed it.
Oh, cool.
A picture of her cat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Another cat watching.
Yeah, she says, thank you so much. This is definitely my high for today.
Oh, cool. Awesome. So glad. It's our high too.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. I love live streams so much. Heather says, I can almost smell the beach in the clouds. Wonderful colors. It's like being there.
Oh, cool.
I'm soon to be trying out my new tablet so I can participate easier.
Oh, awesome. Well, welcome. If this is your first time, really glad to have you. I don't know if it is, but welcome. And like I said earlier, if you are new, one thing that you could do that would be cool for us is if you just went to the like button and click that and you're like, yeah, I like this. This was fun. Just go ahead and do that right now, because we get random, kind of negative people that come on every once in a while and they're like, this is dumb. I don't like this. And they don't ever even really stick around, but for whatever reason they decide they want to do that. So if you like this and are having a positive experience, it's kind of cool for us to have you speak up too and let your voice be known. And boy, okay, so it's gonna come down to this last painting. I'm gonna have about an hour, and I'm gonna have to get done in an hour on another painting this size. So Peter, I'm gonna need you to
Switch.
Well, not switch quite yet. We need to draw. We need to give away this painting. So if you want to pull another number out. Well, we could actually let's wait. Let's wait until 7 o'clock, and let's let this be the 7 o'clock giveaway.
Yeah, sounds good.
But I might start with the new painting before that. Okay, let's go over this water. well, before I do that, I'm gonna just. So many little interesting little things going on in here, and it's kind of tricky to represent all of it in a quick painting, but we can get an okay idea of what's going on. Okay, now I'm gonna do that water. Try to find a good place where I can find enough room to get a color that's gonna be good. So I'm gonna grab some more yellow and some more orange and some more white. Let's see.
RRD Raggin says, I just joined AU and got all my supplies, so I'm going to paint the last painting with you. Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
That's so cool.
That's awesome.
And then Doug says, if I made up a story to pull your heartstrings, will we win this painting? This beach reminds Diana of her dearly beloved grandma who used to sing lullabies to her there before she passed away.
Here at this beach, or it reminds you of a beach that was similar?
It reminds of a beach.
Oh, man. Well, that's tempting to want to give it to you, you guys.
They're pulling all the tactics.
I know, man.
Laura said, like, I think Peter lost my text message or something.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Blame it on old Peter, right? That's funny.
I do have the winner, though,
for this?
Yep.
Okay.
But we'll wait until 7 to announce it.
Okie dokie. Sounds good. Hey, let's all give Peter a round of applause for being such a hero here with all of this stuff that we do.
Thanks, man.
You know, one thing that's really cool is I have a friend who is kind of in the area. He's a kid that I knew and loved from Indianapolis. I worked at a high school there, if you don't know. And I didn't work at the high school, but I worked for an organization that was involved at the high school. And so I got to know a bunch of kids. And this guy was one of the kids that I played basketball with some, and we just developed a good relationship, and he ended up getting a scholarship to play basketball at a school in Kansas, and we've kept in touch, but it's, you know, here and there, not too often. But I found out that he is in the state of Washington, just like not too far away. And he and his girlfriend are going to come up because he's just here visiting, but they're going to come up on Sunday to our house. And so that's so fun to be able to get together with a kid that I just didn't expect really to see anybody like that close by. So it's pretty dang awesome. That's gonna happen Sunday, and I'm all pumped about it. Uh-oh, did you hear that, everybody? Peter just yawned. Peter
God,
just...
Did I yawn after you keep me up till...
Yeah, I know. If you didn't hear, we were up till like 4 in the morning last night. I kept Peter up with my crazy ideas.
That's okay. Which you'll see.
Yeah, they're actually...
Come to life pretty soon.
Hopefully
It's
we'll
pretty
get them out
awesome,
there.
actually.
It's going to be kind of fun.
It's going to be really fun. He needs some coffee beans. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I know. I told Peter that I was gonna get him some Red Bull or something like that, and he goes, "I don't want any Red Bull. I'll be fine." So I'm trying my best to get him. You know, he doesn't like coffee, so I can't really give him these beans because he won't eat them. I don't know what to do. He's a purist.
Already asked. Did you put in Willow and Renee in that painting?
Well, it's Renee in the picture. And I don't know. Willow, I guess if it was Willow, she'd probably be a little bit shorter.
Yeah.
But I guess I was kind of thinking that it was me and Renee. That was just me and my romantic imagining that I wasn't the one taking the picture.
There you go. Doug says, "Wow, how incredible! That's Diana and I walking on the beach."
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. How did you get us? You were there that night too? Man, you know what? I just had this idea. If we do this again, Peter, I have an idea. When we do this again, I have this. I knew you were gonna correct me on that. I knew you were. When we do this again, I have an idea of how we could get it like an award for people who stick the whole time. Like there would be a special thing for, you know, that only somebody who's been with us from the beginning till the end would be eligible for. You know what I mean? Like they would have to be on to know what to sign in on or whatever, and then at the very end we would use that. At the very end it would be a little different thing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whoopsie. That just kind of like covered up my rock there. Okay, well. Go ahead.
We have a question. Kirsty asks, when you give away a painting, do you include the reference photo?
That's a good question. No, I don't normally. I never even have thought about that. I don't know what you mean though. Just like send the reference photo with the painting, or do you mean like give permission to use the reference photo in your own painting or something like that? I'm not against it. I guess I've never ever had anybody ask for that.
Yeah, we were talking about how some artists like send their palette, like they take the palette paper.
Oh.
And they send that with the painting.
Oh, like people were chatting about that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've heard of that. I've never done that myself either. There's a lot of stuff that I haven't done.
Yeah, we were talking about it like last Saturday or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you ever paint a painting for me, that's what I want you to do. I want the palette paper.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's kind of cool. I mean, I like the idea of that. Like you get to see not just the painting, but like what it was created with, kind of. Okay, well, this is done, guys. I'm going to move on from here, and we're going to start our last painting of the day. Woo!
You want me to switch the reference photo?
Yeah, let's switch over. I'm going to take off this last one, and then we're down to painting number 5. Look at this. Here we go. Uh-oh. Having a hard time just pulling off the one piece of tape. Oh, there we go. Okay, last painting. And if you are following along, it's going to be this one. Okay, this is going to be fun, guys. And I don't mean multiple mushrooms. I'm like typical. Who said to me once, they're like, dad joke. Not bad joke, dad joke. Yeah, the kind that make your kids cringe.
Lots of people say they love the painting jet. It was gorgeous.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. This one's gonna be fun because this is like painting a sunburst, and some of you have been through. We have a lesson in Acrylic University called How to Paint a Sunburst, and so this will be maybe a little bit of reminder for those of you who've seen it, but for some of you, you may never have seen this exact kind of method in terms of how to go about painting something like this. So this could be kind of fun for you, if that is you. So,
I just realized you're painting a sunburst in the trees. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Just have to clean off this palette. And
Oh, somebody says, please show all the paintings you did today.
okay, yeah, I'll do that. I'll go through that right now. I'll give you a little update.
Yeah.
This is going to be the last one. So I've done 4 already. I'm going to move this back over here. Oops. Okay, and now I'll show you the ones that we've done. Okay, this is painting number 1. This is from Scottsdale, Arizona, a place called Camelback Mountain, where Peter and I went for a good hike. That was painting number 1. Painting number 2, also from Scottsdale, Arizona. This is a back alley that we were walking around the first night, and the sun was kind of going down, and I just love the reflection down here, and yeah. So this is painting number 2. This was a snowy alley scene from back in Indianapolis, where we used to live. And this is painting number 3. And then this was painting number 4. This was the beach scene just from close by here, a place called Barnum Point on Camano Island, Washington. And now, again, we're going to be painting this scene, which may not look like too much right now. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's kind of similar in there, but I think by the end it'll be a cool painting. And I've got exactly about an hour to get it done, right?
There you go.
So
An hour and 2 minutes.
we've got one more painting to give away at 8 o'clock when I'm done with this, and then we've got one more thing, and this one in the middle that I'm gonna give away for, if you're a member. You know what, I don't know if you're already a member and you win this and you're paying monthly, we'll just figure out a way to give you this too, because it's gonna be worth more. We're gonna give a 6-month membership away. So 6 months of membership. Okay, there's the one, but that's for the painting that we just did. And
Yeah, I already contacted the winner.
So-
They responded.
Peter already contacted the winner for that last painting. So, okay, here we go. Painting numero 5. And That's funny. Numero. What is that? What's 5 in Spanish? I don't know. I'm too English speaking to know. Although I was looking at those apps. You know, they have those apps that you can, you know, Peter, those apps that you can learn to speak another language. Have you ever seen
like
those?
Duolingo.
Yeah.
Is one of them.
Yeah. I think that'd be pretty cool. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna get into this, and I think for this one, just for fun. Okay, what I need to do is this is how this rolls, guys. We're gonna go like this, and this is kind of like the part that if you never saw me do this, you might not know how this is done, but this is kind of like the way that I've developed. It's a fun way to paint a sunburst. So we're gonna start here, and we're just gonna start with a little area that's gonna be like this color, and then we're gonna grow out from there. And it's gonna, in this case, it's not gonna be like super big area. It's gonna go about that far, and then it's gonna change more dramatically because I don't want it to have too much, like way too much big sunburst in there. It's gonna be fairly minimal. But it's gonna be something in that range. And we'll have to come over this again 1 or 2 more times to get the colors what we want them to be. And that will make more sense in the end. But this is kind of the method that I find to be helpful in trying to create this feel of light radiating out from something like this. Okay, so kind of far enough out now, I think. Let's go a little bit farther here. And it's getting more and more blue, kind of changing from a warmer color with yellows and reds to a cooler color with blues. We're past the violet, you know, we're more into blue and dark green. But the goal of all of this is to create the feel of the sun. Okay, now this actually could take a little bit of time to dry, and I'm gonna do something here. Actually, Peter, could you mute my microphone in a second? I'm gonna get out my hair dryer, and to stop it from being really annoying for you, I'm gonna have Peter mute the sound for about 30 seconds or so while I do. back. Okay, so here we go. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do that exact same thing one more time, because we want to get this vibrant. That's what's gonna make the whole thing.
Someone wants to see painting number 1 again.
Oh, okay. Painting number 1 right here. This is just inside the city limits of Scottsdale, Arizona, Camelback Mountain. I'll try to show those again at the very end too, one more time, so that we all can see what we did. Okay, so again, this time I'm not going to worry about going out so far on the outside edges, because it's already kind of fine for what that needs to be. It doesn't need to be quite as perfect. It's just darker stuff out there anyways, so that'll be okay. But now what we're gonna do, that might have been a mistake, but okay. I'm gonna get started with some of the drawing now. I've got about 50 minutes to get this painting done. Yeah, I don't really like that color that I just put on there, but I'm gonna leave it because time limitations. Now, I'm gonna mix up what is this color? I don't know, kind of a dirty greenish brownish color, and I'm gonna draw in some of my bigger trees here. And one thing about trees is, adding a bit of variety into them, of course, is always kind of good. So make them twist, make them change color, have some areas that are a little darker than others, stuff like that. All of that will make them more interesting. And here we go, guys. So this is painting number 5, and I said at the beginning, I was talking so much at the very beginning, and if you were with us, you know what I'm talking about. I was just blah, 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 which I pretty much do all the time. It was pretty funny, actually. One time I had a friend, I was talking about, that's right. Actually, so just as if you don't know this about me, I went to school for a little while. I was studying to try to be a pastor, and I ended up never really completing that, but I preached a sermon one time in church, and it was about, in the Bible, there's Peter. I don't know if you know Peter at all, but not the Peter who's sitting right here, but Peter, the Apostle Peter. And he sometimes in the Bible, like, he just sticks his foot in his mouth. He says things that he's just like, dude, just keep your mouth shut. That's what you think. And I remember saying something to a friend, after a sermon, I said something like, because I preached on it, I said something like, yeah, like, I just feel like, I don't know, Peter just, he never knew when to keep his mouth shut. And the friend looked at me, he's like, that's kind of like you. It was just like the first time I'd kind of realized, oh, I have, that's like my personality, always blabbing. And it's kind of funny because when I grew up, I grew up in a family, I don't know if mom and dad are still here, but my family, probably pretty vocal people. I don't know, like, it's weird looking back. I don't know, can't remember exactly what it was like, growing up, because my memory's not that great. But I don't think that I knew at all how kind of extroverted I was. Not even just meaning that I like to talk, but I just love people. I love being around people. Because back then I thought I was an introvert, and so a lot of the way that I viewed myself was, kind of, I don't think it was actually that accurate. And so it's been interesting over time realizing things about myself that I see, oh yeah, I'm not exactly like I thought I was. I'm way more like this than I ever thought, and realizing that I'm the kind of person that sticks my foot in my mouth all the time. I've tried to learn how to be a little bit more thoughtful, but I do tend to say things before I think too much about it. So this, if you're just joining us, I'm going to say this again. Make sure that you text in to our phone number here at 425-800-8010, and that's how you'll enter to win this painting. This is the last painting that I'm doing today. It's the fifth painting. I've done 4 already, and I'll show them to you again if you're just joining us. I'll definitely go through, and I'll make a point of showing them at the end one more time. But we've already given those 4 away, and this is the last one that's up. And before we give this one away, we're also going to stop at 7:30, and we're going to give away a 6-month membership to Acrylic University. So if you or somebody that you know is interested in art and wants to learn and grow, then that's for you. That's what we're all about. And if you don't know Acrylic University, go ahead and check it out. Go there, acrylicuniversity.com, see what we do. A lot of the people who are here, part of Acrylic University, members, feel like family. We do these regular things on Friday nights usually. This is an extended version of what we do because we wanted to give more paintings away. We wanted to have a good time. We wanted to point you to the membership. So good times we have been having today, and I've been painting for 5 hours straight now, if you can believe that. Feels like this actually is about as close to a plein air competition as you can get in terms of like amount of painting. Like when I do a plein air competition, it's just, you're all in, and there's nothing else that you're there for usually. It's just I'm painting, and so you just paint, and that's what makes it so fun, is you actually have the time, it's set aside. It's not like you're there for any other reasons. So it can be really fun. But it's, now that I think about it, this is actually kind of like what it's like. Just paint, start a new painting. It's easier actually right now because I don't even have to move. When you're at a competition or something like that, you you have to at least turn around, look at something else. One of my friends, he gave me the great advice. He said, because I was like, how do you paint so much? He'll finish like 17 paintings in a 3-day, 2.5-day thing. And I'm like, how are you doing that many paintings so fast? It might even be more than that. I don't remember. It's a lot though. And he said, well, for one thing, when I go to a location and I'm looking to see what I can paint, I always find a location where I can paint at least 3 paintings. I don't even like stop if I don't see 3 paintings, that I can get going on. Which, hey, if you're looking to paint, that's a good recommendation. So I've found that's really helpful to think about, like, the setup and the takedown of your equipment and what you're doing. That's where a lot of time is either going to be saved or lost. Peter, do I hear something?
Yeah, Raquel asks, is that a new record for you, Jed, for painting for 5 hours straight? She's referring to.
Well, I wouldn't say that, because back when it's actually maybe 5 hours, because I haven't really taken a break. Maybe it is. I don't know. Like, I probably would have taken 1 or 2 breaks at least. But it's pretty easy to get lost in a painting, and there have been several times when I would paint for pretty extended amounts of time on a large painting and kind of be in a zone. But I don't know if I'd say it would have been 5 hours. I would say probably about 4 hours would have been about the longest that I would have done that before I stopped and got something to eat. So yeah, this very well could be a new record. We're setting records tonight. I wonder what the longest, if there is a Guinness Book of World Records for the longest time somebody's painted. That'd be pretty interesting to see what it is. I have the feeling that it's longer than 6 hours, if there's a record out there. But I think that's what happens with the Guinness Book of World Records is, like, nobody, I don't know, is that a record? Does somebody have that record somewhere? Or is that the kind of thing that, maybe if we're like, I'm going to set the record, we just make an arbitrary goal and we set it and we do it, and then all of a sudden we have the record because no one else has done it. I wouldn't doubt if that was the case. Maybe we'll have to do that sometime. Set it up, call them, say we're going to do this, come verify that we did this.
John L. asked, what were the dimensions of the largest painting you've ever done?
The largest paint? Who said that?
John L.
Oh, okay. The largest painting I've ever done is let's see. I did a triptych, which means 3 canvases put together making one painting. That was 10 feet long and 4 feet tall, if I remember correctly. And I think that would be the biggest one. I've done a couple that are kind of like that. Like, I did another one then later that I think is 3 feet by 7 feet. So those are like pretty probably two of the biggest ones. And then the biggest single canvas is probably 48 by 60, so 4 feet by 5 feet. That's a great question, though.
Raquel Roth asks, does your arm or wrist ever get sore from painting too long at a time?
You know what? I was a house painter before I was an artist, and so like painting like this, my shoulders are down. I'm painting down low. What can get more tiring is if I have an easel up in front of me. Then I think that you have to hold your arm up more, and that would actually probably be more tiring than this is. So I don't feel physically very tired or anything like that right now.
Somebody asks, can you explain how a plein air competition works?
Plein air competitions are so fun. I mean, if you're competitive like me, I love them. I do know artists who hate them. I have a friend back in Indy that we actually shared a studio for a little while, and I was like, I'm gonna go do this plein air competition. She was gonna come, and so we went out one day and we kind of practiced together. We're like, okay, this is what it's gonna be like. Let's go and let's see what we can do. And she did awesome. I mean, she had a good time. Her painting was super awesome that day. But then the competition came, and I remember she just hated it. She could not stand the pressure of the competition, and for whatever reason, she's just like, I did not like that at all. I don't want to do that again, that kind of thing. And I'm like, this was the best thing I've ever done. I can't believe that they do this and they pay you to win, and like, wow, what fun is this? So basically the way a plein air competition works is they set aside a date and a time and a location, right? Like, so they might say June 1st through 4th is the competition, or maybe it's a little shorter than that. Most would be 2 or 3 days. Some are like a week or 10 days. Like, so depending on what it is, they can be kind of long. But say it's June 1st through 4th. It's in blah, blah, blah town. And you have to register. Some of them are open invitations, so you can just register yourself. Sometimes they are a little bit more prestigious, and so you have to be invited. Sometimes you can be juried in, so you can apply and show them, hey, this is who I am, this is what I've done in the past, and they'll let you know whether or not they approve you, well in advance, and then you'll be on their roster of artists. So there's quite a few different ways that they go, and different formats of the actual entry. But once you're in, there might be again, depending on the size of the competition, there's somewhere between probably 20 and, let's say, the biggest ones I've been part of are probably 100 artists, and so you all basically have to show up after you register, and you bring in your canvases. And that's a really important thing, because what they always need to do is make sure that you're not bringing canvases that are already painted on. And so they will have a date and a time that you go, and you bring all the canvases that you think you could possibly paint on, and you bring them in, and they stamp them on the back, and they check the front to make sure that there's nothing on there, and then they stamp the back. And when they stamp the back, it says, this is the name of the competition and the year, so that they know you didn't bring this back from last year or anything like that. Like, it's a brand new stamp for just this year. And then you go out, and they might have rules about where you can go. You know, some competitions I've been part of say you can only paint in these locations, and they kind of limit your mobility, so to speak, to wherever they want you to paint. Other times it's like, hey, if you wanted to check in and then the next day, I mean, like theoretically, you could fly to a different state and go paint, and as long as you were back in time for the closing of the thing, I don't know if there's any rule against that. Like, obviously most people don't do that. Most people just are gonna paint right in the area. I mean, I don't know if anybody ever has done that. It just crossed my mind that you could if you really wanted to. But yeah, then you go out and you paint and you look around, you try to find like where's a cool location, what would make a good painting. You know, you have to deal with weather, you have to deal with all sorts of stuff that's, you know, all the conditions that come along with painting outside. But the nice thing with it all is everybody's got the same conditions, the same opportunity to do something really cool, the same limitations in terms of weather and all that kind of stuff. So really, it's, in my opinion, it's one of the greatest tests for an artist, and one of the best ways to really kind of figure out how you're doing as an artist, because there's a lot of ways that you can, you know, I could say like you could kind of cheat as an artist. It's maybe not even cheating, but it's just like you might not be good at drawing, so instead of ever drawing, you just use a projector and you project your image onto your canvas, and then you trace it, and you can create some really cool paintings and you can do really beautiful work, but you can't do that when you're outside. And so if you're limited in your drawing ability, then it's going to get exposed. Maybe it's color. Maybe you have a hard time painting color, or maybe you just, everything you do takes you a really, really long time, and you can do stuff, but you know, you're not going to do it very fast. You know, like all of those things come into play when you're painting outside, because you have limited time, you have limited, you know, everything is just limited. And so it really comes down to what are your actual abilities? How fast can you paint this scene? You're only going to be given 3 hours where the lighting is the same. Can you finish this painting? And so anyways, they're fun. You get a bunch of people, they all go out and paint, and then they come back, and there's usually a set time when you have to turn in what you consider to be your best painting, and that's the one you want to have judged. Sometimes they want you to turn in more than one, or allow you to turn in more than one. So that's kind of a different format, but it's also really, it's kind of a fun one. You know, like you get to turn in 3 paintings or 4 paintings or something like that. But no matter what, everybody has the same amount of time, same kind of limitations, same kind of things, and then you go out, you paint, you come back, and there might be a sale, there might be, you know, people sit around and sell their own work, or maybe it's just the competition. You know, there's lots of different formats, but in the end, generally, there's a few winners chosen, and depending on how big the place is, it depends on how many winners are chosen. It also depends on you know, how much money is given away for those prizes, or sometimes you have sponsors who give away things like, oh, there we go, we got half an hour left, it's 7:30, and we got time to give away one more thing. And again, what we're going to give away this time is I'm going to change it up here so you can see, but we're going to give away one more set of these Catalyst polytip bristle brushes that are made by Princeton. They're my favorite brush. And there's a set, there's one flat that's number 10 and one flat that's number 6. And they're about yay big. Actually, two of the brushes that I'm using, this one's not the exact one, but it's a number 6 by Princeton also. And then we're giving away a 6-month membership to Acrylic University. So this is gonna be a good one. And Peter's gonna text you. He's probably got a number pulled already right now. So if you've texted in already, you could be getting that text right now from Peter. So just verify with him, text him right back and tell him that you are on and you're watching and you're with us, and we'll give that 6-month membership to you. Now, if you just got on and you haven't yet texted in, we are giving away this painting. This is going to be the last prize of the night, is this painting when it's done at, what time is it going to be? It's going to be 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, I'm going to be done with this painting because I have to be. I just have to be done with this painting. So whether I'm done or not, it's going to be given away. And
if you want to go over 8 a little bit.
I know I could, but I'm holding myself to. I'm going to try my best to be done. I think that I can. I've got 25 minutes left. So I'm going to do my best. But anyways, you have a chance to win this if you text in the word hello to 425-800-8010. And I'll show you at the end all 5 paintings that I've done today one more time. But this will be your last chance to win. So text in right now. Of course, not the last chance ever, because we do this basically every week. And so we like to, keep doing this. You'll have more opportunities, but tonight it'll be your last chance. So don't miss out on that. We'd love to see you inside of Acrylic University. We'd love to see you having this painting. And yeah, man, hasn't this been kind of fun, guys? I've been having a good time. Fun to hang out and fun to hear voices that some of you we are long-time friends with, and some of you are new friends. And but it's fun. If you've got questions for me, feel free to shout them out. I don't do a lot of real teaching in these because I actually firmly believe in being pretty methodical in teaching and in learning, because I think that it's better than just watching random videos or that kind of thing. So we have a whole systematic kind of approach to learning, and walks you from step-by-step processes and really get you into like this. These are the ways that you can think about how to approach painting, which I believe is going to be beneficial for anybody who wants to grow. Is not just like learning a couple little tricks to do something like, that is kind of cool, but you don't actually know why it worked, or it's not actually practical to ever paint something other than that one little scene that it helped you paint. What we try to do is give you a foundation for art that you can take and you can learn and you can grow and you can apply to lots of different subject matters, and be able to paint anything. That's my goal, really, is to say, like, I want you to be able to paint anything, because you can.
Alright, so we got a text back from, her name is Ellen, for the 6-month membership.
Okay. Nice, Ellen. Congratulations for that. We're pumped about that. Glad that you were with us and able to text back. Fun, fun, fun. And again, we've got just 20 minutes left or so. And then we're going to be saying adios. It'll probably take me the full 20 minutes to get done with this. And then, so I'm guessing that we'll go a little bit over when I start kind of showing the paintings that we already did, that kind of thing. But we'll be done within half an hour. I'm pretty confident. Which is going to be 6 hours plus straight. This is the longest live stream I've ever done. I think it's kind of yeah, we were thinking, man, like
it's actually really fun. I'm like,
yeah.
yeah.
That's awesome. Oh, Peter, I honestly, I've said this a few times already tonight, but I couldn't do this without Peter. We couldn't do this without Peter. He is the best, and super thankful for him. What a guy, man. What a guy.
Thanks, Jed. Happy to be working with you.
It's compliment hour. We just share compliments. Let's make ourselves feel better. Oh, man. You know what? Can you imagine what life would be like if there was no such thing as humor? Like how boring life would be and how drab.
Oh my
like
gosh.
if you couldn't laugh. Can you just imagine?
That'd be terrible. Has anybody out there seen the movie The Giver? That reminds me of.
No, I haven't.
It sounds miserable.
What's the premise of the movie? Like something like that? Like
yeah, it's basically like a dystopian movie where society fixes itself by removing all emotion.
Oh, so, yeah, you told me about that, I think.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, how miserable. Yeah, keep texting in. I can hear and feel like text coming in. So if you're still out there and you haven't entered yet, feel free. Please text the word hello to 425-800-8010. And that's going to be your ticket into being entered. But if you've already entered, don't worry about entering again. You are already in the system. And we're just drawing numbers from the big pool of people that have been with us all night. And so the caveat being that if somebody has left, they won't be able to win one of the prizes because they have to respond to our text and they have to kind of be with us. So if you're here, you've only got 25 plus minutes, 20 minutes, something left, and we're gonna give away this painting and we're gonna call it a night. We've given away 4 paintings already. We've given away, shoot, I don't know how many membership things, but classes, membership things, video critiques. It's been a good time. If I do say so myself.
No, life would not be boring without humor. It would not be possible. Well said.
Who said that?
Mary.
Mary D?
Yeah, Mary D. Coster.
Yeah, Mary D. Yeah, life would not be possible.
Speaking of humor, the ideas we were talking about earlier in the morning had something to do with humor.
Yeah. There's a rumor.
Stay tuned.
There's a rumor going around. Okay, I gotta wrap my head around this painting here. What was that?
Oh, nothing. I'm just thinking.
Okay. I think I'm gonna go around and do a little bit of, let's kind of adjustments on this. I actually want some of this green to be knocked down and some more neutral violet grays to be put in, gray violets. It might be kind of fun to bring in a little bit of something like this. And then also see what a little bit more gray back here can do, because I think that that could be a kind of nice thing to bring in. Sometimes when I look at it, I think, man, it's a little bit more chaotic looking than I want it to look right now.
Uku Leslie just came back. She said, "Wow, I came back on and you're still going. Good on you, Jed."
Yeah, we're still going. We've got just about, what, I think 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. Now,
18 minutes.
18 minutes, okay. I'm gonna actually go down here and I'm gonna add a little bit of a light down here in the foreground. I think it'll liven it up a little bit, make it kind of nice, and it's also quite realistic. For whatever reason, the sun just wasn't quite hitting down here, but if we do a slight adjustment to our light coming through, we can make it very realistic that this would be getting hit by. Sometimes I'm basically making up some of this light in here, right? And sometimes you start painting something and some of these edges probably need to be softened a bit, and we'll see what I have time to do. But you just start with what you see. Sometimes it seems like it's gonna work better, and then you start painting and you realize that you maybe could make it a more interesting scene or something like that if you changed it or adapted it a little bit. And that's kind of what I think is going on for me in this, is that in general I like the scene and things, but I think that I've created a little bit more light in some of these areas. Some of it was actually already over here on this side and I hadn't put it in yet, but then over here I'm actually making some of these a little bit bigger than what the reference has, and kind of trying to expand them a little bit. And that's just what you you do sometimes as you are painting, just start seeing things that maybe could be tweaked a little bit, maybe made a little bit better. Is it Friday today? It is Friday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Woo!
Friday Night Live.
Well, I know that this is Friday Night Live, but because we started so early,
Oh, yeah.
for some reason I was like, just lost it that it's actually Friday. That actually makes me feel extra happy right now, because that means this is the end of the work week. And you know what's probably gonna happen when I get down here? You know, we'll sign off and I'll probably see Renee and Willow. Willow will be all eager to hang out and maybe just watch a movie or do something like that. But it's always fun after these Friday Night Lives because get to just kind of chill and hang out with Renee and Willow. And sometimes Peter does something with us, but sometimes he doesn't.
Yeah, I've been kind of busy lately.
Yeah.
Eleni asks, what are good size brushes to have? What sizes do you work with typically?
I work with flats from size 4 to, let's see. This one's size 16. So you can see basically from this size to 16 and this size to 16. And yeah, it's funny that I've been using these a lot today. I almost never use them, but I think what happened is that a couple of my brushes that I use a lot have been getting a little bit frayed, and maybe I just picked up these other ones instinctively, but I'm generally just using these flats that are the Catalyst, and I have about 4 that I just go to all the time, and that's too many things going on right here. I'm gonna change that up. But a lot of it is personal. I've found that flats are really versatile and I like them, but sometimes other people, you know, they like other brushes. There's other reasons to you know, use different things. So much depends on your, you know, your experience, what you like to paint, that kind of thing. And we've got this reflected light coming through, and like I said before, I'm actually kind of adding a little bit extra in here because there's not a lot of sunlight coming down into this foreground area in the reference, but I think we can add it, and I think it will really kind of like be a nice added area of light and highlight, and it's very realistic too with what we see going on in the painting. For whatever reason, the angle of the sun in the reference was just at the, you know, just like kind of at the wrong place, that it wasn't really catching some of these things, but just change that a little bit. And we're gonna see a lot of sunlight coming in down here, so why not, let's just go ahead and bring some of that down in here, add it, and make the painting a little bit more beautiful if we can. You can't make I heard an artist say this, and I really thought it was a good way to say it. You can't really improve on what you see in the world, you know, the natural world. Can't really make it better. It's beautiful, it's well designed, everything like. But you can usually improve your paintings, you know. So it's not about improving what is out there. It's just going like, how can I make the best painting possible, and what can I do that might improve my painting. It's not so much about trying to improve the actual scene.
Carol says, Jed, thank you for sharing your technique, your products, and your time. You are a gift to the art community.
You are so welcome. So glad to be able to do it. You know, I don't know, I said this earlier, but I do feel like art is a gift. I feel like I've been given that gift, and I've been encouraged all my life in art. My parents have been huge help and advocates and supporters of me, and I feel like that's something that, you know, I want to be able to give back to other people. So you're very welcome, and thank you for being here. Thank you for your encouragement and support too.
Roberta Hansen says, amazing afternoon spent with you and Peter. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome. So welcome. Glad to be able to do it. And amazing that you were with us this whole time. I mean, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome. So what I'll do here is, as we're getting close, you know, I've got about, I don't know, 7 or 8 minutes, something like that, maybe 9 minutes, I can't tell. But my watch is always a little bit fast. I'm one of those people that always sets his watch a few minutes fast, so I don't know exactly where I'm at. But I do know that when I'm done, we'll give this away, and then we'll walk through and we'll just kind of look at the paintings that we've done. So if you're just joining us, I don't know if people are still joining us or not, but we are on painting number 5 out of 5. I've been painting for about 5 hours and 50 minutes or so, and we're about to give away this last painting, and when we're done with that, that's the last giveaway of the day. We've given away 4 other paintings already and a bunch of other prizes, and we're going to just walk through and look through the paintings that I've already done and see how things went today. It's been a fun time. I've had a lot of fun. So if you're just joining us and you haven't heard me say this one of the 128 times that I have, you have a chance to join still. You have a chance to get in. So don't pick it yet, Peter. Make sure you wait until the very, very end at 8 o'clock. Let's select that number.
You still have some work to do anyway.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of work to do, and
if you want to go over, you can. A little bit.
Yeah.
Ann says, we've loved watching you this entire time. It has been wonderful. Thanks, Jed, for your time and life and skills for sharing them. Your very own Pa and Mom.
Thanks, Mom, Dad. Very appreciative.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we're gonna get a chance to take a look at our cat Silver again. Looks like we are.
So it's like, oh, this again.
Silver, yeah. Silver. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look. Okay, there's our cat Silver and my beautiful daughter Willow. And Silver, of course, is kind of like, man, he just snoozing. This dude just eats, sleeps, plays. That's all he does. And of course, he poops. Thanks for coming in, Willow. So we try to show Silver because we got him right around the time that we started. Oh, thanks, Peter.
Yep.
We got him right around the time that we started doing these live streams, and so he's kind of been a part of it since the beginning, and so it's kind of fun because we get to show how big he's gotten and that kind of thing. He's a fun cat. Okay, well,
Looks really good, Jed.
thanks.
It's glowing.
Straightening out a couple things.
Raquel Roth says, have you painted cats before?
No, I've never painted a cat. You know what I just realized that I wish I would have done? Sorry to change the subject. If you want to ask another question about painting cats, you're very welcome to, Raquel. But I just realized that I didn't put any of my phthalo blue in this painting, and I am now thinking I wish I had a little earlier.
Let's all give a shout out to Judah for
Yeah,
sticking
Judah,
with us in
man.
the chat this entire time.
That is awesome. He's our hero.
Yeah.
Has it been, Peter? You know, like as we were talking earlier, every once in a while we get crazy people coming in and
Yeah.
saying crazy things.
He's been like totally fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So thanks, Judah, for that, man. We appreciate that. Sometimes we get, like I said, people coming in saying crazy stuff, and it's always good to have an extra set of eyes just keeping their eye out and being able to kind of make sure things go okay. And that's what Judah was here helping us out doing.
Yep. If we do it next Friday, we might have people, or we might have more problems with that if we send the text out.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, guys. Getting really close here. Peter, I think it's time. You've got about a minute left. If you haven't sent in your thing, this is your chance to send in the word hello to us at 425-800-8010. And that's going to be the last time probably that you can text that number, because next week we're going to be using a different number that's going to work a little bit better for us. That's our goal. That's our hope. But right now you've got that chance to send that in. So text us right now, and Peter's going to select the number, and you're going to have the chance to win this last painting here. And then we're going to walk through and look at all the other paintings that we gave away, and then we're going to say adios. So pretty dang fun time we've been having.
Okay, I have a number picked out. I'm just gonna go check.
Okay.
Nice. I think she's still here. Let me just
Nice.
make sure.
Oh, there's the final alarm going off right there. Look at that. And we might have our winner, our last winner already picked, chosen, and responded. Is it true?
I'm checking. Dorina says, thank you so much for doing this, and so does Sherry Atherton.
Oh yeah, you're very welcome. Our pleasure, our joy. Thanks for being here. Super fun. And guys, if you are, we're gonna be back next week. Might not look like this exactly, but pay attention. If you did write in and you haven't been part of it, I failed today to send out my text. I don't know how, but I did. But we'll send a text next week and we'll let you know what is going down, and we'll have more chances to win a painting next week. So I'm gonna be calling this good right now, and I might do a couple more things when it's totally done, but we're pretty much there. Have we gotten a response?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, I'm gonna take this opportunity then to,
But I'm almost positive she's still out there, so.
okay, I'm gonna walk through our other paintings. So this was painting number 1 of the day from Camelback Mountain in Scottsdale, Arizona. And then painting number 2 was also from Scottsdale, Arizona, and it was this this alley scene. So fun alley. Then painting number 3 was this one, alley scene in the snow, a winter alley scene from Indianapolis, Indiana. There we go. And then we had this one, which was right here on Camano Island, painting number 4, Barnum Point Beach, and a very amazing, incredible, beautiful sunset that I saw last year. And then of course we've got this sunburst, which is from the woods right here. I believe this is, I'm not totally sure, I can't remember exactly where I took this photograph, but right here on Camano Island somewhere. And so that's our 5 paintings. That last one is the one that we're giving away right now. So
yeah, we have a winner. She takes it back.
we have a winner. Who's the winner?
It's Mary D.
Mary D. Yeah. All right. So you actually don't have to, we don't have to mail this to you, like you said earlier.
Yeah.
You can just pick it up because you're local. So, hey, that was super, super, super fun. Guys, I hope that you had a good time. This was fun. I'm kind of amazed that we made it 6 hours. I'm kind of amazed that I didn't really stop to eat. I had 2 espresso beans and I had 1 swig of water, and now I'm hungry and I'm ready to go get something to eat, and I'm ready to just kind of relax. So I hope that you guys had a really good time. We love you. We care about you. You matter. You are incredible. Thanks for being part of what we're doing, and we will sign off for now, but see you next week, and we'll stay in touch. Love you guys.